She's coming. We have some Zoom issues.
Clementina. Oh, you and Clementina had Zoom issues?
Oh, I thought you were asking, my bad. I thought you were asking about Julie.
Okay.
But I did
Trustee
have-
Duran just, I'm sorry, Trustee Duran just asked me to resend her the link.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do that.
Did you guys see the All right, I think we can start. Do you want me to
I'll start.
start?
1, 2, 3.
All right, welcome everybody. We're calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, February 9th. Can we get a roll call, please?
Student Board Member Mala.
Here.
Student Board Member Corso Clark.
He's joining us later tonight.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson.
Here.
Trustee Duran.
Here.
Vice President Doss.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
Great, we are all here. We will do our recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we get, I know we have one student board member here, the mission and vision statement and our meeting norms read, please.
Yes, the mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment addressing the individual needs of each student. And the meeting norms are 1, maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. 3, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's belief in what is best for students. And 4, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind, while others are allowed to express their points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you so much. There was no action taken in closed session tonight. So we need a motion to approve our agenda.
I move to approve tonight's agenda.
I second that.
Student Board Member Malala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Corzo Clark is not here. President Hinckley, we start with you.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
The agenda is approved unanimously, and we will move on to our student spotlight, which is the Albany High School Peer Helpers.
This is where we turn it over to our student trustee, Audrey Mala.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. So yeah, in our spotlight this week, we'd like to celebrate and honor the Albany High School Peer Helpers. So this is a group of 22 students that are accessible to other students, and they serve both as role models to them and gateways to Albany High School's mental health resources. So in normal years without COVID, they would teach about depression and responsible sexual decision-making within Albany High School's 9th grade identity, health, and society classes, which is known as IHS. And this year, because we're practicing remote learning right now, they've added a focus on helping students cope with COVID-related feelings of isolation and anxiety. So the peer helpers have filmed a few clips for the high school's weekly video announcements that are shown to all AHS students every week. So we're going to show a few of these clips now. And I'm going to share my screen, but let me know if there's any audio or any glitches. To share my audio. Okay.
Hello, Albany High School. My name is Mateo Okimoto. I'm a current senior, and I'm also part of the group Peer Help. Peer Help is basically a group of sophomores to seniors that do presentations to freshman IHS classes. Obviously, this year it's going to look a little bit different, and more about this later. Our advisors are Counselor Miss Grogans and Mental Health Coordinator Shelley Ball.
One new thing Peer Up is going to do differently this year is that we're going to make short videos and put them at leadership announcements, where we will be talking about maintaining mental health. We'll try to make it entertaining.
Make sure to follow our Instagram at Albany Peer Help. We'll be posting helpful information and tips such as mental health during COVID.
Yay! Thank you so much. I miss our collective applause. That was awesome. I hope you're sharing that with the adults because I think we're all in great need of the same advice. Thank you so much for sharing that. I don't know if any other board members want to comment before we move to our next item. I see a lot of smiling faces.
It's inspiring.
It is. All right.
Those are some good reminders.
Yeah, I think what we're all thinking is, if only I were doing that stuff. So thank you for setting an example for the rest of us. So we are now on item 8, approval of the consent calendar. So board, I don't know if anyone had questions or if I can get a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
The consent calendar is passed, approved unanimously, and we now move to superintendent and board member reports, and we will start with Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Tonight, I want to spend a moment on just one topic, and it's a topic that's on all of our minds, and that's about reopening schools in person. And so tonight I have a brief PowerPoint for a brief moment, if you will, to add clarity and some perspective and provide an update to our community. Next slide. Tonight topics, you can see there's at least 8 on this page. What is open in AUSD? What is opening this week? What can be open next? When will in-person hybrids open? And that's something all of our minds. Plans for school year 21-22. Folks want to know what's happening. What are we thinking? What's our planning? Future 2021 and 22 celebrations. How will we find out more about progress on in-person reopening? Very good question. I'm going to spend some time on that. And then moving forward. Next slide. High quality distance learning program for all students. As you know, in the spring, we had, for the first time ever, remote learning, something we never went to school for. It just happened when the pandemic hit. And the pandemic, we know, created great devastation throughout the world. And we were not immune in our own respective communities and families. And so we learned a lot about what worked well and what didn't work well in the spring. So now moving forward, and we made adjustments, and now we have remote learning 2.0, significantly better than the spring. In-person hubs, what is open? We currently have our preschool, where we have a bunch of heroes. We have teachers working in person every day since November in small hubs, 1 to 7, with our students. And they have been a model of how do we do this work with our youngsters by adhering to strict safety protocols. And we have not had any issues, and they just have been a model to how to do this, because a lot of us have been nervous moving forward. And so we already have a model within our own district about these safety protocols that we adhere to and how to do in-person learning. We also have our other essential workers, food service folks, workers who come out on a regular basis since last spring, providing meals for hundreds of our families and kids every week and often daily. In-person assessments we currently have to determine special education eligibility, one-on-one intervention with outside service providers. At Albany High School, we have informal internet hubs for students with limited internet access are free to come up, and we haven't publicized it to the high school, and we find a place for them to work in a very comfortable setting to get ongoing regular education and connectivity. We had Albany High School Choir Hub open, and right now they're not open, but they were open initially, and that is to be reconsidered in the future. We currently have Albany Aquatic Center open outdoor pools with lots of community folks participating on a regular basis, along with some of our team sports utilizing our pool. Next slide. What is opening this week? That's a really good question. We're excited to have our elementary in-person intervention support hub starting at all elementary schools, opening this Thursday, February 11th, at all 3 elementary schools. This is where we're going to serve some of our most vulnerable kids from about 8:30 to 12, where they will both have breakfast and lunch. And we're excited about having the opportunity to do that. We have our special day class hub scheduled to open this Thursday at Cornell Elementary. And we're still working out some kinks, hopefully for AMS and Albany High School. Worst case scenario will be February the 22nd, 23rd, but we're moving forward with that. These, as I've mentioned, these hubs are designed to serve our most vulnerable students, and we have a process at each one of our respective schools, how we identify those students and invite them to participate. And I got to tell you, as of this afternoon, everyone who was invited and referred has accepted. And so we're excited about all these possibilities. Next slide. What can be open next week? The adjusted case rate in Alameda County has dropped below 18. It was dropped below 25 cases to 100,000. As of this morning, it was 18.1. We're still moving in the right direction, making significant progress, and being in a position to reopen at the elementary schools. After 5 consecutive days when we reached that level, which may happen this week. AUSD is allowed to open in-person hybrid learning for elementary grades if other criteria are met. And here they are. A COVID-19 safety plan in 2 parts must be completed. The first part, AUSD school guidance checklist, was accepted by the county on January 25th, 2021. The second part, a COVID-19 prevention program, is now completed and will be ready to turn in for acceptance this week. And then finally, we would need to have an agreement with our labor partners, must be completed. Last time I talked about this, I list the negotiation dates. I didn't do it today, but we have negotiations with our teachers union on Wednesday and Friday, and can't get into the specifics, but we believe that we are making significant progress. Our teachers have been partners with us and we with them, and trying to do what's best for our kids. Next slide. When will in-person hybrids open? AUSD hopes to open in-person hybrid education at all grade levels this school year. We're remaining optimistic. We're working hard every day to try to make our hope a reality. Hybrid learning will open in stages. That's how the board voted. PK through 2nd grades will open first. 3rd to 5th grades will be next. These grade spans are allowed to reopen under the current criteria. Grades 6 to 12 grades are not currently allowed to open, but if case rates continue to drop and Alameda County drops out of the purple tier, they could be allowed to reopen soon. AUSD remains committed to offering a fully distance learning plan for students whose families do not wish to switch in-person learning. And this is really, really what's a tall order. How do you cater to all of your families during this pandemic is something that many folks have not been able to figure out, but through a collective effort of being inclusive, collaborative, and transparent with our task force, we figured out that, and that's what we have laid out before us. Next slide. Plans for 2021-2022 school year. As I mentioned before, Albany Unified School District expects to open the 2021-2022 school year with fully in-person instruction. Now, some people may say, wow, that is a tall order, but that's our hope. We are shooting for the moons and perhaps maybe land among the stars, but that's what we're committed to, and that's part of our planning moving forward as we play with a number of different scenarios. It is impossible, however, to predict future conditions, but at this time, AUSD expects to return to classroom instruction for all grades. That's our planning, that's our hope, and that's where we are. Next. Future 2021-2022 celebrations. It's important to note in the midst of this pandemic and much devastation to every family, opening of the 21st century schools. That's what we're planning on and we'll be doing in the fall. Currently, we have AMF's annex solar power annex open at the middle school, and it is considered a model school building for the state and have received an award stating such. We have completed on time and under budget Albany High School addition, 21st century building that is currently being preoccupied by as temporary housing for our elementary schools. Right now, Ocean View. And Ocean View will be moving back in June into their new 2-story 21st century school in June. And we are excited about that. And we have ribbon cutting ceremony shortly after, before we open the school in August. And it will be our new Ocean View Elementary School 21st century ideal learning center for our youngsters. And then we continue with 21st century schooling because in June, we're going to demolish Marin Elementary School buildings as we know it and build a 21st century ideal school for our youngsters and our community. Next slide. How do we find out more on the progress of in-person reopening? That's another good question that needs to be answered. We are currently providing weekly community updates on reopening in-person school and activities, and we'll continue to do that every Friday. We think it's important that we fill the void of communication so that we can not have it empty where things are just kind of created, creatively, if you will. And so we're committed to that, and on occasion, even more, depending on urgent matters that come up. Updates are currently emailed to the entire AUSD community and posted on the AUSD website under recent news and on the superintendent corner page. And so if for some strange reason you didn't get a weekly update, go to our website and we should have it there. Next slide. Moving forward with respect, it's important to acknowledge various views on how best to reopen school. In our community, we have many perspectives of how we should reopen school in this pandemic. And how we open schools, many folks will applaud that, and others would say, well, why don't you do it differently or do this or do that? As we looked at how best to reopen schools, and I say we, a collective community and some key stakeholders, we answered some very essential questions. What's lacking right now in our community, and what do our kids need? And what's lacking is we don't have a connectivity, hence adding to the mental health issues. And so what we were afraid of, or concerned with too, is if we come back, we need to come back in a way where we can pivot in case we have to close schools again and not disrupt education. And so we decided to continue with remote learning so that all kids can keep their same teachers and have some stability in this unstable climate. And then provide afternoon connectivity activities so that kids can get out and be in person with their teacher and their friends and classmates. That was important. It may not be ideal as we knew it in pre-COVID, but we still are in COVID, a pandemic, and safety is of the utmost importance. And we think we can open schools in a way that it can be as safe as possible, adhering to some of our strict safety protocols. And that's important to note. So tonight you're going to see a proposal It's going to be reiterated about how do we address some key issues. No, it's not going to be 5 days a week as we once knew it, but it would be significantly better than we are now with the connectivities and all the activities that we have planned out, and teachers will plan them out. And speaking of teachers, let me remind you and tell you a little something about our teachers. When we closed schools, March 13, 2021, almost a year ago, the first thing we did is we huddled up our teachers and chief leadership and others, and we addressed a couple of questions, one of which was, how do we get our schools open next week where we can mitigate any learning loss? And our teachers were just amazing. And they worked what I call a miracle, and it may have not been ideal, but we had schools open next week. And so when people talk about why can't we be like this district or that district, I got to tell you something about our district. We didn't think that was something miraculous until we learned that other districts, including neighboring districts, didn't open until months later. And so Albany schools are considered good and great schools because of our teachers' commitment to academic excellence and doing what's best for kids all the time. And for that, I have to take my hats off to them and applaud them, because that is something to celebrate in the midst of a pandemic. Our guiding question is always, and should be remembered, what is best for our students, staff, and community? Well, let me tell you, what we believe is best for our students, staff, and community is that during a pandemic, during a crisis time like we're in now, it's critically important that we remain united and that we don't veer off into a divisive mode. Because the worst thing we can do during a pandemic, and we got to be reminded of this, is be divisive and split. We must remain committed as a team, and a team is district office, teachers, and community and parents, to working together. That doesn't mean we always agree 100% of the time, but it does mean that we work together. And I think through these kind of struggles and challenges, how we respond, our community and our students are looking at how we would respond during these difficult times. And if we respond in a way where we remain united, we all benefit, especially our kids. If we go divisive, it would have an adverse impact on our community and our kids. And so I am pleading with our community, our teachers, and our parents I met today, who said to me, Superintendent Wells, we're with the district. We want to support the district. We want to provide all our resources and work with you. We may not agree about how we might reopen schools, but we are in agreement about doing what's best for our kids, our staff, and our community. And so I'm excited about the feedback we're going to get today, the comments that's going to have varying perspectives. And I'm hoping we can stay the course and that we accept the adjustments that we have to make during this pandemic, realizing that we do this now so that tomorrow could look so much brighter, and so that we have an opportunity to come back with even a greater zeal as we open our schools and welcome all of our children back in the fall. I'm excited about the opportunities. Madam Chair, President Hinckley, that concludes the superintendent report.
Great, thank you so much. So I have a couple of items on my report. The first is just to report back that last week we had a special board meeting, a workshop where we as a board discussed our governance handbook, which includes the norms that we read at the beginning of each meeting, along with a whole set of protocols that we talked through. You're welcome to go watch the meeting yourself. But I wanted to just identify a couple of things that reinforce some of the themes Dr. Wells just raised. So one is that we talked about how, as board members, the statement that we maintain a focus on what is best for our students is at the core of everything we do. And yet it's also one of the most challenging things that we have to do as board members, because to focus on what's best for all students often involves making trade-offs because the world doesn't offer us the opportunity to give everything we want to each individual student. And we are all focusing on almost 3,500 students and how best to serve them. And what's great about these kinds of workshops is that it gives us the opportunity as a group to reinforce how much it's impossible to overstate how much I can see that each of these board members, each of our staff, carry the weight of what's happening to us right now, right? What's best for all students is not to be living through a global pandemic. That's out of our control. And I just am always impressed with the caring and responsibility that everyone feels, even if we have different perspectives about how best to accomplish our shared goal. And so what we spent time doing last week was just talking about that challenge and the importance of always trusting that we each have the best goal in mind, and that we approach each other always assuming that everyone has their best intentions. And I think that's a helpful model for us as a community. As Dr. Wells said, we have a lot of students watching us. We have students on our board. We have students who are hearing their parents talk about the frustrations. All of us have students in our houses trying to learn. And so I think that empathy and that approach to hearing each other and understanding the struggles we're all going through was important to reinforce last week in that workshop. I know that when I first started watching Albany boards, the most there ever was on a board was one woman. We now have 3 working mothers with kids at home. We have a retired working educator with grandkids in the district. I know most of us probably read some of the pieces about the struggles that working parents are experiencing. But most of us on the board are right in the middle of those struggles. So I just want to reiterate that we hear you, we're reading all of these communications, and it's so important that we all get through this as a community. Most of our teachers are also working mothers or working parents, and these struggles are really resonating with everybody. So I think it's important to reinforce those norms, because they're always harder to keep in difficult times and easy to commit to when we're having smooth sailing, which hopefully will happen in the near future. On another note, I want to share something that one of our high school teachers, or several of our high school teachers, asked us to share, which is that a graduate of Albany High in the class of 2019, so several of us here were at that graduation ceremony. Corey Swigert was diagnosed with cancer when she was still at Albany High, and thanks to the teamwork of a lot of Albany High teachers, was able to graduate with that class of 2019. Unfortunately, she passed away from cancer January 2021, and we just wanted to let the teachers and the staff sort of recognize that loss. This has been a rough year of a lot of losses, but I think it's important to recognize each one. So that is my report, and thank you all for being part of this wonderful community as we go forward. Vice President Doss.
Thank you. First, my thoughts and prayers go out to the family. It's a terrible, terrible loss. Just thought it was important to mention that before my report. I got an opportunity to sit in on a few middle school classes this week, which was pretty exciting. And just listening to the kids interact on the Zoom, and got an opportunity to see the teachers at work, and it was a great opportunity. The teachers were amazing, and I just really enjoyed and appreciate the opportunity. So I just wanted to thank those teachers for taking the time to allow me to sit in on the class, and wanted to thank the principal for setting that up. It was a great opportunity. I think as we are going through and making all these decisions, it's important to see firsthand the impact of the decision. And I thought it was important to not just look at my own kids and their experience with distance learning, but to see how other kids are dealing with everything. And it was a really good reminder of that the decisions that we make don't just affect our own children, but that they affect all the students in the district. So I wanted to, take that time to do that. So that was great. So I wanted to talk about that. Also, food distribution is still happening. We're still participating in that. I'm excited to report that I have a team now. It's an unofficial team, but it is a team of parents that have decided to put on that PPE and get out there and help their fellow community members. So they're being safe, they're wearing their masks, and delivering food to people in need. I'm getting out there and participating with them to make sure that nobody goes hungry during this time. I say that not to pat myself on the back, but to say that if you or someone you know is in need, please reach out. I have every social media that exists, and also you can email me. So however you feel comfortable, please let me know, and I will make sure to get you what you need. And a couple more things here. I wanted to also mention, I have some notes here, just a second, sorry. That I received some information from Alameda County. I sat in on a few meetings, and they presented us with information. And so some of the information I thought was important to share this evening. Dr. Moss, who is the doctor or Alameda County, works with our Alameda County superintendent. He mentioned that Alameda County Public Health has no additional restrictions or guidance beyond what is set by the state. They're not requiring vaccinations for teachers for school opening. But he did mention that they will be eligible to receive the vaccine in Alameda County starting next week. So I thought that was important to mention. And they also talked about middle and high school can reopen in the red tier per the state regulations and guidelines. And he mentioned at the end that he was in full agreement that schools can be operated safely. Currently, the way that things are set in place now. He ended it by saying that he agreed with others that mentioned schools should be opening, so that he agreed with that. But that he also recognized that each district comes with their own challenges, but that he is open and willing to meet and work with those districts as they move forward to face these challenges and safely open schools. So I thought that that was important to mention. And the last thing that I'll mention on my report was a quote that was sent to me by a good friend, and it really hit home. So I thought that I would share it with everybody this evening. Impossible is just a big word thrown around by people who find it easier to live in a world they've been given rather than explore the power they have to change it. Impossible is not a fact. It's an opinion. Impossible is not a declaration. It's a dare. Impossible is potential. Impossible is temporary. Impossible is nothing. That quote was from Muhammad Ali, and I thought it really hit home for me, and so I thought I would share. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Doss. Trustee Duran.
My condolences as well to the family. Our house is on fire. Greta Thunberg feels that way about global warming, and I feel that way about education. Beyond the pandemic, there is much soul searching about institutional issues that need to be addressed and changed. But for tonight, I will focus on the upside down world that we live in today due to the pandemic. My report is to acknowledge all Albany parents. They have been patient and understanding with remote learning challenges for teachers and their children since March 16th, 2020. For almost a year now, teachers have been continuously acknowledged and thanked for their dedication, kindness, and excellence given this bad situation. Many parents find that given the circumstances, remote learning works best for their children. That is clearly recognized by the district and will continue. On the other hand, there are parents who have been asking for in-person instruction since the fall. District staff has worked hard so that finally we are dashboard safe and ready. All the necessary boxes have been checked off. The county has determined, and we are about to reopen schools. There's been some talk about privileged parents versus needs of other families. That conversation can be held another day, because from all the letters and phone calls that I have recently received, AUSD parents are united on two fronts. First, their unequivocal praise for teachers. And two, the fact that their children are struggling with remote instruction, either the learning academics or with the loss of physical and social contact with other children and with their teachers. What the parents have been asking us for recently is pretty simple and straightforward. One, a clear and robust plan going forward for the return of their children to expanded hybrid programs and ultimately a return to full-time in-person instruction. So what are we waiting for? I believe that fear and ignoring the scientific and medical field recommendations have held us back. Parents have now turned to begging the board, imploring us to open schools. I believe that it's now the time of the board to demonstrate its leadership in addressing this issue. Our students are suffering. We have been told that it's safe to reopen. We have been moving at a turtle's pace, and it is past time for us to act, to provide our community with a clear message about return to school. Our house is on fire and we must act.
Thank you, Trustee Duran. Trustee Boyd.
Hello, everyone. First, I will also say thoughts and prayers to the family impacted. It's heartbreaking to lose a young person like that. I'll be quick. I really just want to take this time to say that I have heard you being the members of the community who have reached out and been open enough and trusting enough with the details of their personal lives to share how they're feeling and how their families are doing during this time, which is incredibly challenging, whether it's the importance of returning to in-person school for as many hours as possible, whether it's the importance of maintaining a strong remote program. And so I appreciate people who have taken the time and again, who have been willing to share personal details of their life with me, and I'm sure with other members of the board also. So I thank you for that. And I just want to say that to be clear, I am committed to pushing up my sleeves and working with the members of our community. We're a small district. I believe that we can work in a way that is creative and collaborative and that has each other's backs, and where we can hear and listen to each other and understand all of the challenges that are put in place right now, challenges that are outside of our control, but the ways that we try to move forward to put all of our children and our families in the strongest and best possible position that they can be. Those methods are within our control. And I just want to be clear that I am very interested in and appreciate the outreach from parents, the suggestions from parents, the willingness to volunteer in whatever way they can to serve the district, however it's helpful, the willingness to share ideas, to talk to people in other districts, to gather things, to suggest ideas that maybe will work in this district, maybe won't work in this district. I recognize that none of us have been here before. I believe that everyone is interested and really devoted to doing the best that they can. I believe that we are a very capable community of people and that we have the will. And I just want to say that I feel fortunate to live in this community, and I believe in this community, and I believe that we can all work together to support our children and be sure that we're doing the very best for them, for their mental well-being, their emotional well-being, their academic well-being, and support our families and support our teachers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boyd. Trustee Davidson.
I'm going to start, like everyone else, with my condolences to the family. Losing someone so young was incredibly difficult, and I think we all feel that loss and that little tinge of sadness for you. So we're really sorry. And I also want to echo the sentiments of the other board members that we've heard from our community. We realize that there are various needs out there. Everything has shown that there's quite a diverse group of learners in the classrooms before the pandemic and now with distance learning. And some of those learners are doing okay with distance learning, and some of those learners need to get back into the classroom and be part of their peer cohort and be with a teacher in person. And the signs are all pointing in the direction that we need to move forward on this stepping stone. I see the hybrid learning plan put forward by the district as our stepping stone towards reopening. And I see now as the time to start climbing those steps so that we can get our community some more options and some more needs met for our students. I want to be careful that we do it in a way that is thoughtful and that we put some extra care in. And I know our board is committed to putting in the extra time right now and the extra energy to making sure that we get this done. And I know our district staff is doing that as well. And then I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I did some research this week on the Alameda County Schools reopening website when lots of these emails started coming in. And I just wanted to see where we lie in comparison to other districts. And you know, I think Albany is poised, if we keep this moving forward, to lead a little bit of a charge right now. And from what I've heard from our district and others, no one's digging in their heels in opposition. We're all here to work together and move forward. So that's really reassuring. I encourage everyone to check out what other districts are doing if you haven't yet. And you know, as far as I know, no one else in Alameda County has reopened yet. Maybe we will be the first, maybe we will be the second or the third, but I think we're well on our way. And the final thing I want to share is I had a wonderful time talking with Principal Reimuller from Cornell, and she said something that has stuck with me all week and really helped me through some difficult moments and times. And she said, none of us asked to be in this situation, but we're all doing the best job that we can at the job that we have to do. And I think that was something for us all to just think about for a moment. If we all just keep doing the best job that we can at the job that we have to do, then we're going to help to make things happen. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Now everyone can see why this is such a great team. Do we have a student board member report?
Yes.
Audrey?
Yeah, thank you. So I first wanted to add on to what Superintendent Wells was saying to thank teachers. Just from being in the virtual classroom, they've been very creative with their lesson plans and also supportive both academically and mentally. And just an example of that is some of my teachers take time at the beginning of class to individually greet each student. And I think it's really easy to over Zoom to, be more passive in your learning and turn off your camera. But teachers taking the time to do that really shows that they want you to be there and they care that you are there. So I wanted to share that. And then also the Albany High School Black Student Union has been celebrating or has made a video in celebration of Black History Month. So that's a 2-minute video that I am going to screen share. So they introduced themselves, so I'll let them do that.
Hi, my name is Stacey Kamau, and I am the president of the Black Student Union at Albany High School. This is our contribution to the celebration of Black Excellence and Black History Month. We hope you enjoy. Hi, we are BSU, and we are going to be saying a poem by Fatima Iman called Ode to My Dark Skin. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. That may sound cliche, but darn, it's the truth.
There were times that I hated you, debated you, ashamed of you.
I look back now with thinking, man, how I was fooled. Found this dark skin a curse. Mainstream media is the worst.
Programmed fair skin commodity that I needed like a brand new purse. To prance around town like a clown, I found no reason to be proud. I walked with sagged shoulders and my head was kept down.
Abused you using creams. Your true beauty I couldn't see. Tear come to eyes. Could you ever forgive me?
You were never the one to blame. I was the one who brought you shame. Allowed the words of color-struck Negroes to hit me and turn you away.
You are the symbol of Black strength, Queen Nefertiti back in the flesh. Your blackness wraps tightly around me, just like a freakum dress.
Puts me on top of my game, turn my back on all the lames. Look who now ego tripping, and you're the only one to blame.
I'm covered in melted govia. Sweet chocolate, I'm on fire. No, I'm not cocky, I'm confident. I laugh when they say you shouldn't be desired.
How dare they identify you with ugliness? I guess stupidity must be contagious. What you're made with can't be debated. You're closer to gold, and that can't be tainted.
Never ever leave me alone. Always bless me with your kisses. 'Cause the blacker, the sweeter the juice.
And you are what I was blessed with.
So that is our Albany High School Black Student Union. So that concludes my report for tonight.
Vice President Doss, do you want to mention the other event?
Yes, I forgot to mention this during my board report, but I would like to invite everyone to please attend tomorrow's Black History Month celebration being put on by the Black Parent Advisory Group. Excited to put on a great presentation. There's going to be student performances as well as talks from some of our board members, including myself. Our superintendent is going to grace us with his presence that evening, as well as our sitting mayor. So hopefully you can all make it, and please let me know if you need me to send you the information, but it's also posted on our website, and I think information was sent out to everybody as well. So hopefully we'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now going to move to persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda. We are already 27 minutes behind, and I really want to make sure we have adequate time to do our biggest action item tonight. So we are going to restrict comments to 1 minute apiece. But we are going to start with a statement from the Albany Teachers Association. So hopefully I can figure out the Zoom.
And I'm going to ask that we take the time off of the labor
Yeah.
union representatives because they represent hundreds of people.
Yep. All right, Chris Knight, you should be able to talk.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Great.
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Dear members of the board, superintendent, and Albany community, as Albany educators, we appreciate the overwhelming support of the Albany community in our work. We always have, and that's one of the things that makes this such a wonderful place to teach. However, recently, we have seen some unfair accusations made against us. It is important for us to abide by the facts. First, we're doing a damn fine job. I can't tell you how many conversations Stephen and I have had with ATA members this year where we've been blown away by the creativity and diligence being exercised across this district. Many tears have been shed in these conversations too, tears of passion and concern for the work and the students. ATA members are routinely delivering the highest quality instruction in these extremely difficult circumstances. We are doing it with the highest level of conscientiousness and skill. Second, ATA has and continues to bargain in good faith. ATA is actively engaged with good faith bargaining in the interest of the health, safety, and welfare of our community. Our bargaining team has caucused nearly 20 times since September. They have been working tirelessly, balancing being parents, teachers, survey designers, and representing the 230 members of ATA. And they've been doing a fantastic job of it. This unprecedented contract represents the safety and well-being of not only our staff, but the students and community as well. Lastly, the pandemic continues to rage in this and neighboring communities. While the governor makes executive orders changing when we can return to school, the fact remains we are still in the purple tier of this pandemic. Case rates are still triple what is considered a substantial rate, even that might be underrepresented. There are many studies stating that the minimal risk of spread for young children when all safety precautions are taken. But as educators, we understand what the reality is, as schools in San Diego have had to close down classrooms after following all the safety protocols. ATA's position on the return to school is, and always has been, simple. We very much want to return when it is safe. We miss our students. Our children are restless and anxious. We are suffering in all of the ways that the broader community is suffering. But a return to in-person instruction in any form needs to be safe. Alameda County is still in the purple tier. The safety of our members in the community is our first priority. And the best way to guarantee this safe return is for us to continue to engage in good faith bargaining. Sincerely, Chris Knight and Stephen Naif, ATA co-presidents. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a young face in our panel. Okay, we're going to move to person. So this is just as a reminder to folks, this is people who want to address matters that are not on the agenda, so not speaking to any of our later agenda items. I also just want to remind people that the Brown Act prevents us from discussing or acting on items that are not on the agenda, which means that we are limited to referring issues to staff rather than commenting or discussing directly on statements made during this public comment period. So each member has 1 minute, and I don't know if I'm the one in charge of unmuting people or not.
Madam Chair, we're requesting that our next ATA officer and chairperson, Mrs. Kim Gray, Madam Chair, come next.
Sure.
With no timer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Kim Gray, ATA Bargaining Chair speaking. And I want to make it clear to everyone that district employees are fully engaged in the reopening process. Dr. Wells and the district team are asking to meet with ATA frequently. In fact, we met last week and are scheduled to meet twice this week. The site administrators are having ongoing conversations with our staff, both with ILT leadership and with the entire staff, in addition to heading committee meetings The ATA bargaining team met almost every day last week and a solid 8 hours yesterday after completing our lessons with students. This is in addition to the countless hours we've met over the last months. The vast majority of our ATA membership is responding to our surveys within 24 hours. It took time to bargain our ACC MOU, but our preschool teachers there feel safe and are thrilled to be back in the classroom with their students. We want the same for all sites, but each site, there are details that need to be worked out. ACC has fewer people than the other sites, and with more people, more details need to be worked out. With each level, there are more details to be worked out. This is a process in which our ATA members are fully engaged. The district and ATA are making progress. I wish it were as easy as just slapping on a mask and getting back in the building, but it's not. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So we will now move to the first commenter, Shailaja Srinivasan. You have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And just in case I run out of time on the other end, I want to start off by saying how appreciative I am of the board and of all of our amazing teachers. I am a parent of a second grader at Marin, and for context, I am a pediatrician and specifically a pediatric endocrinologist at UCSF. I would like to quickly make 3 points to convey that schools are essential and safe to reopen. As a pediatrician, my colleagues and I are firsthand seeing the adverse consequences of our kids not being in school. And I say this to emphasize that these are just not one-off stories or things you read in the paper. Almost every day, we're seeing children with increasing mental health issues, depression, anxiety, and behavioral issues, as well as increasing rates of obesity as children are more sedentary with large amounts of screen time every day. So in our attempts to protect our community from a health crisis, we are inadvertently worsening other health crises in children, which can have far worse long-term consequences. Secondly, I just want to state that we do have to follow the science and trust our healthcare experts, including our American Academy of Pediatrics president, Dr. Beers, who said in January 2021 that children absolutely need to return to in-school learning for their healthy development and well-being, as well as our new CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, who said that science supports the notion that teachers can return to classrooms, and this is even before they have been vaccinated.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Rita.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rita Lucarelli, and I'm the parent of a 5th grader at Cornell Elementary. I was compelled to address you tonight because of my profound disappointment at learning about the new hybrid mode instruction plan, which announced today that in-person instruction for elementary grades will be available only from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. twice a week. I serve as faculty advisor for equity and inclusion of my department at UC Berkeley, and I'm a strong supporter of public education and of its role in society. It is my professional and personal belief that the proposed plan increases educational disparities for the majority of families who want their children to return to in-person school. Parents who work will be forced to opt out of this plan because of the impracticality of this proposed schedule. The students themselves will not benefit because the real learning will be still in front of a computer in the morning, and in-person instruction will happen after lunch when the students are already tired and less able to focus. I see I'm over time. I just want to say that I believe that our district needs to work on an alternative plan that does not increase
Time. Thank you. I just want to say, I know it feels abrupt to only have a minute. You can always email the whole board. Unfortunately, to make sure that we can get to our agenda items, we have to stick to 1 minute per person. Next is Sarah Roberts.
Hello, District Administration and AUSD Board Trustees. My name is Sarah Roberts, and I'm the parent of a 4th grader at Marin. I'm here to share an excerpt from a letter from more than 30 health professionals in our community. As health professionals with children in Albany schools, we view health consistent with the World Health Organization's definition as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. We are informed by our values of prioritizing equity and inclusion, relying on current scientific evidence, and focusing on mental and emotional as well as physical safety. With these values forefront in our minds, we call for the reopening of our elementary schools for in-person learning this month and full reopening of our TK through 12 schools for in-person learning before the end of the current academic year. I will email the board
Sorry, I'm muted. Please feel free to email attachments or longer letters as well. Amy Dahl.
Hi, board members. I've emailed you all. I want to remind you that the mission of you're tasked with is to provide an excellent public education. And this unfortunately has not been the case in almost a year. And I understand that the teachers are working twice as hard. We need to evaluate whether the children are truly receiving the benefit of that labor. Anecdotally, I have a fourth grader who gets 30 minutes of instruction and a worksheet with 3 problems on it on Wednesdays. It just, whatever the 12-hour days that the teachers are working, I'm not sure it's truly benefiting the kids. I suggest that we separate the labor negotiations from our children's education, keep the labor negotiations separately. We got an email that the TK students will meet with an AUSD teacher. Can we have full day sessions with non-unionized teachers? I mean, it seems like this.
Thank you. Next is Asaf Bartura.
Hello, my name is Asaf. I run an organization that serves low-income youth of color, and I've been working in education space for 20 years. I'm a parent of a first grader and a sixth grader in Albany Public Schools, and I want to thank you all. I am here today to urge you to reopen our schools safely and urgently. Science and experience tells us this is possible. We see successful models right here in public school districts in the Bay Area who have zero transmission from students to teachers. It's no wonder that the CDC, UCSF, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and numerous other science organizations urge schools to reopen. I understand that some people would rather keep their kids home. I myself have a serious chronic disease that makes me immunocompromised. All we're asking for is the opportunity to send our kids to school and have others who wish to opt out. Science tells us that we can do this without compromising teacher safety. Thank you all, appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Next is Nisha Fernandez-Seshadri.
Hello, I'm a parent of twin first graders at Cornell Elementary School. I'm also a psychologist. Remote learning was my preference until scientists have proven that in-person learning can be safe when recommended protocols are followed. I do not base my decisions for my children based on fears, but science. Each one of my twins is struggling. My twins were once avid learners of science, writing, and the arts, but dread anything that resembles learning right now. This is a natural consequence of learning through a computer without the tactile experiences, the physical presence of their wonderful teacher, and surrounded by friends. I know that my children are not alone with the struggles. We all see the meltdowns on Zoom and at home, see their friends who are normally happy-go-lucky kids crying at the drop of a pen, and even had the experience of a disturbed classmate telling a group of kids that he was going to kill them. This is not normal. However,
Thank you. Maria Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Maria Wilson, and I'm the mother of a first grader at Marin Elementary School. Just want to let you know my child is suffering academically. Her disinterest in Zoom school is heartbreaking. I, like many in the community, are working day and night to fill the large gaps remote school provides. And I'm really disappointed that the hybrid option on the table won't likely provide her with the academic support or education she needs at this time. It's also a shame because my family is also a working one that has long known PPE and good hygiene practices can prevent COVID. Like many in the community, my family works. My husband has worked out of the house during the pandemic, in the field, in jails and hospitals, in the courtroom, in union halls, often bringing my daughter with him due to closed schools, my work needs, and the need to take care of our toddler. It can be done. It has been done. It is time for AUSD to step up. I'm not asking for Albany to lead. There's models you can follow, and I would appreciate your prompt attention in doing so.
Thank you. Neri Castillo McIntyre.
Good evening, board. This might not really qualify as an item not on the agenda, but I see on the consent calendar that you passed a resolution 2020-2114 supporting California Senate Bill 14. And I would like to ask the board to please do the same and pass a resolution to contact our members in Congress, our California senators, and our representatives to support the bill, the COVID-19 relief bill, so that it includes funds for IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Act. And lastly, I'd also want to ask a few questions about the in-person hubs that have been offered. What are they? What is their purpose? Who is the ideal student? Will students be doing exactly the same thing they are currently doing, just at school, but still online? And given that as recently as the AUSD board meeting, district administration considered Cornell unsuitable for in-person learning, what has changed? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I jotted all that down. Melanie Goldberg.
Thank you, board. I already wrote a letter, but I just wanted to kind of add to it a little bit. I have a kindergartner and a third grader at Marin. I'm just really concerned about the hybrid schedule that's been proposed. I thought it was 12:30 to 2:30, 2 days a week, which is pretty rough for people who work. But then I just got another email saying that for kindergartners, it's actually going to be split up AM, PM. So as a PM kindergartner, we'll have to take kid 1 at 12:30, kid 2 at 1:40, pick up kid 1 at 2:30, and pick up kid 2 at 3:30. So that's like pretty not doable for most people who work. So just wanted to kind of bring that attention to that schedule and say that I hope that that can be a very, very short stepping stone, if that is indeed a stepping stone to something that's more doable. I think a lot of people will opt out because that's just simply not gonna help anyone, not gonna help too many people.
Thank you. Jeremiah Pinguello.
Thank you. Graduate of Albany High School 2001, also known as Portable High. We were outside between every class, which was great. I really, if you're going to do this reopening the schools, maybe it's not reopening indoors, it's just reopening at the schools. I would suggest utilizing outdoor facilities such as baseball fields, football fields, soccer fields, to have outdoor classes, being able to keep your 6 feet, wearing your mask, and proper ventilation. Physical education is very important. Health is very important. My dad owns some property in Arkansas. They've reopened the schools and all the kids have COVID. So kids can catch this. So please be safe. Temperature thermometers for every teacher, every student entering. Hand sanitizers, everything's got to be great. Thanks.
Thank you. There's not a name for the next one, education advocate.
Hi, everyone. This is Cheryl Thies from Dried Up. Sorry about that. I couldn't figure out how to change my name on this format. First of all, thank you all for your continuing efforts in extraordinary times. I just quickly want to alert the board to an issue at a time when we're trying to lift all voices and make sure that we hear from our entire community. I just am finding it really, really difficult to find out on the Albany website how you would ask for an interpreter for a board meeting or for accommodations for a board meeting in person or online. It may exist, so this is simply a question, and I know you can't answer me tonight, but I do feel like it's not easily navigated, and it's a big issue in a community that's multicultural and diverse like ours. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Tripti. You might be on mute. If you're talking, we can't hear you. All right, we'll have to come back Buddy Williams.
Hi, Buddy Williams, 2 kids in Albany Public Schools. Shout out to Dr. Wells, we're big fans. We need the district and board and ATA to continue planning for, agreeing to, and adopting a plan for full reopening now. The kids are back in school after spring break. In Marin County, 900,000 student days, students in classrooms times days in class. In-person instruction has happened in Marin schools since last fall. 0 adults have been infected by students. This is happening 10 miles from here. 6-foot classroom distance is not a requirement by Alameda County's recommendation. Marin is set up to do 4 feet, and their schools have been safely open since last fall. Over 50 schools of various sizes in Alameda County are currently open, some since last October. We're no longer flying blind in the early days of the pandemic. It's been a year. The data is public. Track records are public. It's time to open now, and you're called upon to do so. Look forward to hearing about schools opening after spring break, preferably more 2 days each week. And here's to continued unity, and God bless our great teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva Strohmeyer. You might be muted.
Okay. I've been in hybrid instruction since November. I'm a teacher in the high school and want to just give a little bit of insight from my experience. I want to caution people with having too high expectations for the hybrid instruction. In terms of safety, I want to let you know every time my school had tested, students as well as teachers have tested positive. It's very stressful. Every day I get a long list of students that are quarantining, staying at home due to positive results, awaiting test results, and so on. Also, consistency and depth of academic instruction, social emotional support, and academic support, community building are significantly more challenging in the hybrid model than in the remote from my experience, and very difficult to achieve with 6 feet distance at all time and all the safety protocols. It is not.
Thank you. So I also want to remind people for this comment, everyone gets 1 opportunity. So if you've already spoken, we will be skipping over you. Britt Tanner is next.
Hi, my name is Britt Tanner, and I have a 3rd grader at Cornell and a 6th grader at AMS. And while the teachers are doing an amazing job, their Zoom school is just not working for my family. One of my kids purposely broke his Chromebook last June. Yesterday, my other child said that she wanted to pour water on her computer so that she wouldn't have to do school anymore. And last weekend, my child said, "I wish I was dead." Schools are essential for learning as well as our kids' mental and physical health. Schools in many other cities in California and other states and in other countries have opened up safely with adjustments, and we can too. The risks of the coronavirus can be mitigated with social distancing, masks, hand sanitizers, bleach, and thermometer checks. But my family has shown that the risks of social isolation are not avoidable at this point. After 11 months of on-screen learning, we are facing a mental health crisis. Please open the schools.
Thank you. Julian Guy.
Hello, this is Mrs. Julian Guy. Actually, my name is Sabine Lenz. My husband has a bigger computer screen, so I'm on his computer. We are the parents of a 6th grader and an 8th grader at AMS. And I would like to say that they're teenagers and they need to socialize with their peers because their personal development depends on it. We believe in the public school system and in education for all. We feel schools should and could reopen soon as viable solutions now exist. Our mild climate here in California would allow us to come up with outdoor solutions, for example. Please explore those creative options. The children and their families need it. I would like to add that in other parts of the world, shops are closed and schools are open. And here it's the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. John Cornwell.
My name is John Cornwell. I have 2 kids at Marin, and I have a quarter-century of experience in virology and vaccine development, including in COVID. I think now it is clear to everybody that there's not just an occasional publication that indicates the safety of reopening schools. It's overwhelming. I think for anyone to be maintaining that it's not safe for them, I think there's lots of aspects of the economy that have been open for almost an entire year. At what point does being able to work under these conditions become a prerequisite for being a teacher? This has to stop. There's no reason that the statistics bear out that schools can reopen, period. If you can't acknowledge that, then you have a problem with critical thinking. So please reopen the schools. You're going to force parents to move out of this district into other school modalities. That's going to undermine you guys ultimately. It's an existential threat to you.
Thank you. Carrie Dunnigan. You might still be muted.
Teachers are not stubborn or defiant, we're scared. According to the New York Times, hundreds of teachers have died. The more contagious, possibly deadly variant is spreading as expected, and long-term side effects are more prevalent, serious, and in some cases debilitating than originally thought. There is also a national sub shortage. Millions of teachers watched millions of Americans refuse to wear masks, call COVID a hoax, and attend holiday gatherings and super spreader events. We watched as our medical providers begged people to take precautions, as our hospitals became overwhelmed and our morgues filled up. We watched as government leaders refused to mandate common sense safety measures in order to protect those in the medical field and our fellow citizens. Instead of vilifying us, vaccinate us.
Thank you. Madison Lee.
Hi, my name is Madison Lee. I have 2 kids who attend Ocean View, and I am in support of school reopening. I had a chance to look at the hybrid model that's been presented, and I think the option that is presented, which is a 2-hour slot for kids, is really unreasonable and really does not do much for a good education. So I would encourage the board to look at an option that has a much longer term and much longer hours of education in person. I do agree that we should look at other creative options to have in-person education. We do live in a climate that is susceptible to having options being outdoors, and so look at those options for being creative. I do want to say that I have my kids in camp, and they are been in camp for past 6 to 9 months, outdoors at all times, and it's been wonders. Without that, having this Zoom in class at home schooling would have been awful. So I encourage you to look at other options for that.
Thank you. That ends our public comment. I do just want to reinforce what we said earlier tonight, which is how much we appreciate people sharing what are some very intense struggles. And some of these we've also received over email, and I know that staff are following up with people who raised concerns that need to be addressed from a mental health or safety perspective. So thanks for everyone that called in. Board, we will have a chance to add items related to these to future agendas. I see Vice President Doss, you have your hand up. Is it in response on this public comment area?
Yes, I'm not going to actually respond to the public comment. I know we're not supposed to do that, so that's not my intention. I just wanted to say that it didn't really feel good to cut people off after 1 minute. I didn't really enjoy being a part of that. So I'd like to, moving forward, plan better for big ticket items so that we can give the public the opportunity to speak for a little longer. And so, but then also I want to encourage everybody that didn't get a chance to finish their statement to email us, and I will make a promise to each person that does reach out that I will respond to each one of your emails that you sent. And I apologize for you not getting an opportunity to finish your comments, because I know that they were each one of them is very important. So thank you.
Thank you. So I do want to make sure we have time to discuss the item that is the bulk of our agenda, as we are now almost 50 minutes, or yeah, almost 45 minutes behind. So we have an hour and a half allocated for item 12-1, which is our secondary school reopening plans. And we have a presentation from each school, the middle school and the high school, which I believe is going to be about 20 minutes for each one. In between, we will ask, the board will have a chance to ask clarifying questions. And then we will have board discussion and then public comment, and then come back for board action. This is all one action item. So I actually don't know if we're starting with the middle school or the high school.
We are going to be co-presenting for a lot.
We're doing it together. Okay, great.
Great. Thank you. Great. So I'm Deb Brill. I'm the principal at Albany Middle School, and I'm here with Darren McNally, the principal of Albany High School. And when we were getting ready for this presentation, we realized that a lot of the pieces that we are needing to speak about are similar for both schools. So instead of repeating those pieces, we are presenting those two parts together, and then speaking separately about our own plans. So is it possible, to project? Perfect, thank you. We can go ahead to the first slide, thank you. Yeah, so first of all, I just want to thank all of our board trustees tonight and the public comment. I know this is a really challenging time for all of us. And I know teachers are really working very, very hard to try to meet the needs of students. Parents are working very hard to support their kids during these difficult times. And I know what we all want is to come through this as a community, and we all want our kids to be okay. And so as we share our plan, we wanted to make sure that that everybody had a chance to really understand where it came from and what we were, why it was put together the way that it was. And so I'm going to just go ahead and start off and just kind of share some of the background pieces of what led us here. And so, first of all, the process that we went through when we were looking at this was working with our instructional leadership teams, working with our school staff. We also had a reopening task force at each school that was comprised of parents and of staff members, administrators, district office, as well as board members. In a collaborative process. And I know also Mr. McNally and I each reached out to a number of different families at our school just to make sure that we got feedback and had strong representation of perspective. And I think what we're trying to do is to mitigate a lot of different factors and come up with a plan that that will best meet the needs of our students and staff while keeping them safe. And I know, from a parent perspective, from a principal perspective, there's nothing worse than thinking about compromising the safety of the people we care about. And so when we were coming up with this plan, we are very well aware of the challenges that kids are facing at home. I have 2 teenage daughters at home. They're really challenging times. And at the same time, we don't want to be putting our students' lives nor our staff's lives at risk. And so when we were coming up with this plan, we were trying to balance those different pieces. And from a safety perspective, we wanted to make sure that kids were with a stable cohort of kids and reduce number of contacts, which in the secondary school model, when kids move from class to class, becomes a much more complicated factor. The other thing is that at this point in the year, with looking at reopening in the spring, we didn't want to have to change every kid's schedule and give kids all new classes and new teachers. We know that students and teachers have bonded. Teachers have worked very hard with this remote model and done, I think, a pretty outstanding job of developing relationships with students and building communities within their online classrooms. And so we didn't want to take all of that stability away from our students. And then finally, we also wanted to maintain as much of the same level of synchronous academic time that students have now and not take that away from them, as that is contact time for our students. We'll go on to the next slide, and I'm turning it over to Mr. McNally.
Great, thank you very much. So coming into this, we really wanted to take a look at the constraints that we had before diving into the actual model or the plan that we will be developing. It's important to think about with hybrid and hybrid models. We've actually been thinking about this for actually about 8 or 9 months at this point. We originally started thinking about and exploring different possibilities around hybrid models over the summer when we were directed to come up with some possibilities when we were hoping that we could have some sort of hybrid reopening at the beginning of the school year. So we've been exploring some of these same issues and with our leadership teams for quite a while. A significant part of our planning that informed a lot of our thinking was that we know that some students and therefore some teachers will also be remaining 100% remote. And in our planning, this creates a lot of significant challenges that we have to overcome because it means that we actually need to prepare for multiple different models of teaching to happen at the same time, which is pretty unprecedented for us. So a model where a teacher's at school and a student's at school, we know how to do that pretty well. A model where a teacher's at home and the student's at school, that seems pretty difficult. Not really sure how we could pull that off. A model where a teacher's at school and a student is at home, again, sounds like that won't be offering the best for everyone. And a model where a teacher is at home and a student is at home is the model that we have right now. And so by creating more options and more flexibility and essentially saying that we're not requiring all students to come back, but we are letting them choose to come back, it creates quite a lot of different possibilities that we need to be prepared for. Part of this also means, as Principal Brill mentioned, that we have to change our master schedule in the middle of the school year. For some context, usually planning the master schedule for a school year takes us 3 or 4 months, and we do it generally 3 or 4 months ahead of when the school year is actually going to start. So making these kinds of changes is a pretty significant transition. For some additional numbers, Albany High School has 1,200 students and 90 plus staff members. AMS and also Albany High School has only about 45 classrooms. So we already have significant space constraints that we have to plan around. Albany Middle School has 850 students, 80 plus staff members, and also is very space constrained. And so part of our scheduling is essentially determining the intention of all staff members, all students, all of our physical spaces, and then arrange them in a way that is most productive for everybody. And we would need to be redoing this in the middle of a school year, which is a big challenge for us because we don't usually do it at that time. And we usually have quite a bit of planning. There were some questions about the amount of time it would take to do this. And remember, just in the high school example, if we ask families what they're choosing to do and 19 out of 20 tell us right away, that still leaves over 60 families that we need to figure out what their intentions are before we can plan accordingly for them to come back. And so all of that together means that we need to spend a significant amount of time determining how we're going to do this. And another commitment of ours is we really maintain a small cohort of students working with one teacher. And anyone who's been in middle school or high school knows that's basically 180 degrees from what the model generally is in a high school or middle school. As a reminder, our teachers have 150 student contacts as part of the contract limit, which means that students also then have possibly 100 plus contacts as well, if it's a typical full school day. So switching that to a model where we're actually minimizing the amount of contact that's happening is a pretty significant change in our practices. Another part of this too is because Albany offers such a wealth of electives to our students, 2/3 of our courses at the high school are taught by one teacher. And that means that planning for a student at home or a student at school and a teacher at home or a student at school or a teacher at school creates a significant challenge based on the choices that people have because we cannot separate who teaches what from where they teach it at the high school and at the middle school as well. Next slide, please. So going into our discussions with our reopening task force, our leadership teams, our families, and then of course at the high school, the students have been a part of many of these groups as well and part of our conversations. We really wanted to come back to this core question of what is it that is missing from remote learning that we need from a hybrid model? Because a hybrid model, this change will of course involve some compromises, some sacrifices. And we really wanted to focus in on what are the things that we need to get that we are missing right now. The consensus from quite a few of our groups is remote learning is not great and we would much rather be in person, but remote learning is working pretty well for the current circumstances we're in. And so what really surfaced in all of our conversations with all of our different groups was that the concerns are not about so much the quality of the instruction as much as the social and emotional welfare of the students and the staff. And how do we provide also opportunities for intervention and support with those students who need more one-on-one or direct interaction. And in many of our groups, it was unanimous that this was actually the need. And so we decided to focus all of our efforts then on how do we address most of the social emotional needs and the intervention needs. Also in our planning, we're aware that any kind of reopening logistically is incredibly complicated. It'll be almost as complicated as reopening school for normal instruction. And so all of this planning requires almost as much planning as opening the school on the first day of school. Next slide, please.
Great. So when we were looking at the how to kind of meet all of these different needs, what we came up with, and we're going to get into more of the details of it in our future slides, but to give you an overview, that we're planning on maintaining instruction remotely. So that would mean that we would maintain the same teachers, the same class configurations, the same Zoom schedules, and so that students would remain at home for their remote actual classes. The subject-based teaching and learning, all of that. But that what we would be doing is working to meet the social emotional needs and the intervention and addressing intervention needs by bringing students onto campus for those two pieces. By doing this, we can reduce in-person exposure because students wouldn't be traveling from class to class to class and getting exposed to a number of different students and teachers. And we would be more easily able to meet the need of at-school cohorts and at-home cohorts by addressing it in this manner. You can go to the next slide, please. And so in terms of what that would look like, I'll speak for what it would look like at the middle school and then let Principal McNally talk about how it looked at the high school. But at the middle school, what we're looking at is that we would be bring students onto campus for 90-minute periods of time. And during that time, there would be a period of time that's social emotional. So it would be activities where they're checking in with their small cohort of students, being outside as much as possible, and us working on kind of social emotional needs and connectedness. And then the second half of the time would be intervention and the idea that kids could work on their asynchronous work, but with a live teacher as well as other classmates to support them with that work. And so students who have been struggling with the asynchronous work would be able to get support, and students who would just enjoy having the company while doing the work would also get that piece. So we'd be meeting the needs of in both of those ways. Principal McNally, you want to speak to any different pieces of that for the high school?
I think our plan is pretty similar. We'll go into more details in a little bit, but again, like I said, our focus really is on that social emotional and the intervention piece again for the high school.
So if you want to go ahead to the 2 slides up, we'll start. I'm going to delve in now to the AMS plan, and then Principal McNally will follow me with the AHS plan. So basically, like I was just saying in the last part, students are going to maintain their same Zoom schedule. The actual periods of the day, the timing, the amount of synchronous instruction students are receiving would remain the same. And then each student and teacher would be assigned to a cohort. Our goal is one cohort of 15 or fewer students that would come in twice a week. So we'd have Monday, Wednesday students and teachers, and Tuesday, Thursday students and teachers. And the goal is that we would stagger that timing. And I'll speak more about that in the next slide, but that's basically that we'll stagger the timing so that on those days, we don't have everybody arriving at the same time. You can go to the next slide, please. So students are coming in 2 days a week for an hour and a half. And our ideal would be that they would come in, we're saying 2 to 3:30, but within each cohort, we'll have 3 groups within the cohort. Some will be 2 to 3:30, 2:15 to 3:45, 2:30 to 4. And that's to limit the amount of time that students are kind of gathering as they're entering campus. And I'm sure there's many middle school parents out there or used to have middle school students, and it's really hard to keep them apart from each other. They're going to be really excited to see one another. And of course, our goal is to keep them safe. So we're trying to, again, limit their contact with many students and keep their contact to just be social distance masked on with the 15. The one caveat to this is that we have no idea how many parents are going to opt their kids in to come to campus. We don't know how many teachers are going to have medical excusals. So if the numbers don't match up, our solution would be to go to 1 day a week. But I know all of the teachers on the committee, the parents on the committee, we all really want it to be 2 days a week. So we're just hoping that the numbers work out that way. Can we go to the next slide, please? What you see underneath it is where we have our asynchronous learning time in blue, and then below that is the new part. And so you can see what our staggered time would be for students to come in person. And again, when they come onto campus, our plan would be that a teacher would meet them at an entranceway. That each cohort would have a different entrance that they would be meeting at. So as to spread students out, they would meet them, and then there would be check-in, social emotional time that would be structured. And then there would be transition time where they would then move to working on their asynchronous work. Again, the teacher would be there to support them with that work, and the other students would also be there so they could, work together on assignments. So our idea with all of this is, again, it's so far into the year. We don't want to change kids' entire schedules. It's not even possible in some ways to have some kids at home and some kids at school and make all of these schedules work. But we do know that kids are really suffering at home and really needing support. And so the goal of the schedule, and we know that we have a lot of different families out there and a lot of different students and a lot of different needs. And we can't, we're in a global pandemic. We can't meet everybody's needs the way we want to. And I know that in talking with teachers, there's nothing they want more than to be able to be in person. None of us signed up for this job working with kids to be working at home on a computer, right? We all want to be there with them, but we also don't want to be putting anybody at risk. And so what we feel like we're doing with this plan, while it may not be as much as some families want, we do know that we can manage this in a much safer way by keeping kids cohorted, by using outside time as much as possible, and really address what we most need, which is the social emotional piece and intervention. So that concludes my portion of sharing about what our plan looks like. And if you want to flip to the next slide, we'll turn it over to Principal McNally.
Great. So I'll go into some details of the high school's proposal. I mean, most of what we are attempting to accomplish here is very similar to what's been discussed for the middle school, and most of the differences here are really going to be in the details. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So what we are building into our schedule is something we're calling an academy period. And this is a new period for us. It's not an academic period, but it's meant to be this time to address these core needs that we've talked about, the social emotional learning and the intervention. Students will be assigned to an academy period with a class or the teacher that they already have for another class. We will be grouping students together in 2 grade level groups. So they'll be with similar grade level peers. And then we'll have 2 cohorts, and students will be assigned to one of those cohorts based on their last name. Those cohorts of students and teachers will also be assigned then to 1 classroom. So you can think of it as 1 teacher, 1 classroom, 2 cohorts, with those cohorts rotating. So no more than 1 cohort on campus at a time. The teachers will have 2 cohorts. Those will cycle each day. And then each cohort will be about 16 students. And in this way, we're able to minimize teacher contact to really no more than 32 individuals over the course of a week. And we're minimizing student contact to only about 16 or 17 individuals when you count the staff members as well. If we have a longer period of time, we will change the students' cohorts. We won't do that more than 6 weeks. Really, though, if we're going to be doing this for about a quarter or about a 9-week period of time, we'll just keep students to 1 specific cohort. So we have a new scheduled period of time, and then this is the time that we'll use for the social emotional learning and the other intervention pieces as well. Next slide, please. So we are modifying our daily schedule from what I know high school teachers have probably taped on the refrigerator as well, and high school parents. So we are required to have at least 4 hours a day available to students of time that has been scheduled out. So we're preserving that. We have switched up some things on our schedule to allow for travel time, because again, we have a portion of our day that will be remote for all students, while other periods of time will be either in person or remote. And we want to make sure that we have travel time for both students and staff members for that if needed. And then another big goal for us is maintaining as much continuity with the current schedule as possible. So building the schedule just involved modifications of the standard schedule that we're using now. Next slide. So to give an example, or looking at this from the perspective of our current schedule, we have a block schedule. So what is happening in the morning portions, the before lunch portions, is remote for all students and all faculty. Now, teachers will be able to work from site if they want to, but students will be receiving instruction remotely. And because we're maintaining this all remote instruction for this portion of the day, we don't have to do any rescheduling of students or teachers. What's new is this period of time in the afternoon, the academy period, which will be either remote or in person, depending on the choices of the student. Next slide, please. So then this is the final weekly schedule when you put all that together and compare it with our current schedule. So the Friday period, or the Friday schedule, remains the same. And then the Monday through Thursday is these modified block periods to allow for in-person time for those choosing to have it. And then note there's a longer hour-long lunch and travel time in the middle of the day to facilitate movement of students and staff members. Next slide. So just to help illustrate this, this is an example of a student schedule. This is an actual student at Albany High. So this is an 11th grader who currently has 6 classes. We're going to pretend this student chooses to have an in-person academy period. And this student is going to be in our first cohort, our A cohort, based on their last name. And so what we see here is what this student's schedule would look like. And those periods in the morning and the early part of the day then are at home remote. The Friday is still a synchronous day. And then in the afternoon, we have the academy period on Mondays and Wednesdays, because that's when the student's cohort will be at school. Next slide. So this is an example of a teacher's schedule. This is actually one of our teachers. This is a math teacher who has 5 classes, and periods 2 and 5 are this teacher's prep period. And this teacher will have an in-person academy period. So then this is what that teacher's schedule would look like, with spaces omitted for prep periods and lunch and the travel times. So again, note the teacher is then on site in the afternoons, meeting with cohort A on Monday, Wednesday, and their cohort B students on Tuesday, Thursday. And otherwise is following a schedule pretty similar to their current remote learning schedule. Next slide. So the steps to implement this is something that we did get some questions about from the board as well. The most important piece, first of all, is we need to get information on the intentions of students, families, and teachers before we can do any of the scheduling. Like I said, this is actually going to be a pretty significant task because we don't have very accurate information currently. So one of the first things we'll have to do is communicate to students and staff members and have them make those choices. Another significant piece for us is we're going to have to create new scheduling for those in-person time, especially around our classroom usage, and making sure that we actually have the classroom space available so that we can minimize crossing and contact. Just as a reminder, both our schools have had significant overcrowding issues, which is why there's been lots of new construction in Albany. And that continues to be an issue at both our sites as well. And so part of our constraints is making sure that we're not having overlapping classroom usage, considering that both our sites have quite a bit more teachers than we actually have classrooms, and we're used to rotating them. We are estimating at least a 6-week implementation. It's going to take time to just do the communication to families and find out what their intentions are. And then we actually have to do the schedule building. And going through and creating new schedules in our student information system in the middle of a school year for the entire school is completely unprecedented. And we're going to have to learn how to do some new things and implement those things as well. We're also going to need time to implement these changes. We have quite a few classrooms that have not really been used at all since the beginning of the year and need to be prepared fully for students and teachers. Not to mention that some teachers have to be moved between classrooms to make sure that we're not having any cross contact. And at the same time, we also want to make sure that we do the work to orient students and teachers to the school before we actually start. We don't want to just try to throw the doors open and say, everybody come on in. We also want to make real sure that we have done all of the work to the physical space to make sure that we're maintaining any of the health and safety measures that we're going to need to make sure we can do this safely. And next slide.
So just in summary, what we are looking at is keeping our instruction and students' classes remote. Students and teachers would keep their same classes, their same periods. We would also, in addition, then be creating a new period that focuses on social emotional learning intervention and bringing kids into the school environment. Students would be in contact with no more than 15 other students. And then depending on number of students who choose to come and how that breaks down with teachers would be in contact with no more than 15 to 30 students. We're looking for that opportunity for them to come onto campus in the afternoons following their academic schedule. And so that's, basic summary. And I'm going to just add one more piece that I didn't say with, when Mr. McNally was talking about scheduling the middle school, what our hope is to give students a chance to weigh in on other students or teachers that they are hoping to be placed with. We feel like this is a time when kids are feeling very disconnected. So anything that we can do to build on kind of pre-existing connections, we would do to the best of our ability. And that concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. So board, I want to ask if we can first ask clarifying questions so that we all flesh out the details that we want to have before us before we start discussion about it. So student board member Mala.
Thank you. I first wanted to thank Mr. McNally and Ms. Brill and everybody that worked on this plan for the time that you've all put into it. My question was about the implementation time. So I know AMS is about 4 to 6 weeks roughly, and AHS is roughly 6 weeks. So is that something that would need to happen after we got the green light from the county, or is it more up to the specific site?
We can go ahead and get started on planning now to get it started later. And I know that's going to be the case for both of our sites. The planning for the high school is a little bit longer just because our master schedule is far more complicated than it is at the middle school. Just one of the consequences of having quite a few different offerings. So we can get started now. It's just we would need basically 6 weeks from the word go to be ready to open.
I see. Thank you.
I'm just going in. I realize this may not be in order of when hands went up. Vice President Doss.
Thanks. We're just doing clarifying questions right now. So one of my questions is, do either one of these plans have teachers sharing a classroom of any kind? And my second question is, I'm not too sure about I'm wondering why the middle school plan and the high school plan are so closely related when those demographic of students to me seem really different, and that they have different needs. The transmission rates of COVID are completely different. So I'm wondering why or what the process or thought process was behind these being so closely related. Those are my two clarifying questions. Thank you.
So the answers to the first question about classrooms, I mean, I'm most familiar with the high school example, but the middle school is fairly similar, though the high school I think is even a little bit more space impacted. We can have one classroom per teacher or one classroom per the two cohorts if we have about a third of our teachers and students choose to do the at-home option. And that's just because we simply have fewer classrooms than we have teachers, and we wouldn't want to try to also set up multiple cohorts in the gym or the wrestling room or something like that. So that further constrains us as far as how many classrooms that we have available. If you ever take a look at our master schedule, you'll notice that in the 7-period day, teachers only teach about 5 periods. Teachers teach 5 periods. Most of our classrooms, except for the specialized ones, are used 6 or 7 periods a day because of how impacted we are with our schedule. There's not really such a thing at Albany High of like a teacher having their own classroom because of how much sharing that we have to do between rooms. So to be able to actually really make this work for the high school, we would need a group of students and their teachers to choose to stay home and then do the academy period in a remote fashion. So the second question about why these plans look very similar, fairly similar. What really happened there, I mean, I can say from the conversations that Principal Brill and I had, is given the constraints that we were working within, we ended up kind of coming up with some of the same solutions to the same problems that we had. As far as what would work. The other issue that happened in both our planning, at least at the county, is that the county really clumps together everything grades 7 through 12 and considers them to be pretty similar. And from the school logistics perspective of kind of, making schedules and doing those kinds of things and scheduling teachers and the way the credentialing works, 7 through 12 is pretty similar as far as planning. The differences in our plan really come from things like the lengths of the periods and some of those other implementation details. And the kinds of things we would do for appropriate intervention or social emotional learning would be pretty different between, for example, a 6th grade classroom and a 12th grade classroom. But from this perspective, kind of what a bell schedule looks like, our plans ended up being fairly similar because of the constraints that we're trying to work within.
Thank you.
Great. Student board member Corzo Clark.
Yeah, this was a question to me that was asked by a student earlier today, and it was sort of about obviously adding the academy and socio-emotional learning would be sort of as if it was like adding a class onto a student's schedule. And so well, the question that a student asked me was, would this would it be mandatory regardless of whether the student went back in person or stayed at home virtually? And then second of all, my own question is, how would this sort of like offerings, or how would this these academies or the social emotional learning be conducted differently or similarly in a virtual or a in-person setting?
So to answer the first question, yes, these would be considered mandatory. They'd be required scheduled time for students in the ways that in the past, something like advisory had been a mandatory class time as well. The way it would be conducted would definitely be different between the in-person and the remote. But to that point as well, we're also going to be doing things like Challenge Day remotely in March as well. So there's definitely some, and actually our whole staff went through a social emotional training in December, all remotely and through Zoom as well. It definitely would not be the same experience that we would expect from in person. But we would be expecting everyone to participate in it and would be a required part of the program for all students.
Sorry, just to follow up, would it when you say like it's a different experience, that just because like the difference is a virtual in person, but would like the same sort of activities or discussions be taking place?
Yes.
Okay.
So we intend to form a social emotional leadership team that will really be kind of leading the teachers in doing this. And that's our plan, is to really have as much as possible similar models between the virtual and the in-person. Also, so that we're not, we'd rather do fewer things better, really.
Trustee Davidson.
Thank you. So I just have a couple quick clarifying questions. One, this is adding additional teaching hours as well. So is that something that we need to also be including in the negotiations and the MOU? Is this like adding on another class for our teachers? And then if we're supporting our SPED students or RSP students and we're having supports for those with paras, how are we making sure that we're supporting and not adding too many people into the room, or are we only offering that in hubs? Thank you.
So let me take the part about the negotiations, and the short answer to that is no for the negotiation question.
And also for the model, and especially the high school model, if you take a look at it, the total amount of scheduled periods in a week, or sorry, the total amount of scheduled time in a week, it still adds up to the same total number of minutes as it does for the current schedule, because the instructional periods are being shortened up a little bit. That's for the high school model. The middle school model does operate a little bit differently, though.
Yeah, and for the middle school piece, teachers would be adding time onto their school day. In addition to the teaching for their regular allotted Zoom time, they would also then be driving into school and working with students on campus twice a week. So it does add more of a load onto their work.
I forgot one more.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I? Sorry.
I never took my hand up.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Davidson, please continue.
I have a delay too. I'm sorry. I just had one more thing written down. There was a note in there that too many students means one teacher has two cohorts and then they meet 2 days a week. Can I just get a little bit more information on what that means and how that'll look?
So, I mean, to give you an example, if I'm a teacher at the high school, I can expect to have 2 cohorts of students that I will be interacting with. A cohort that would be on the block A days, the Monday, Wednesday, and a different cohort of students that I would be interacting with on the block B days, the Tuesday, Thursday. So I, as a teacher, will be coming into contact with 2 different cohorts of students in the course of a week. Now, the students would only be coming in contact with one other cohort of students, approximately 16 individuals. With paraprofessionals and some other things like that, that number could tip a tiny bit higher, but I do think that we could keep the ratios really to kind of 1 staff member per 16 kids in a normal situation. But I will let the special education department talk about any specifics with the paraprofessionals. But I will say our intent, of course, is to maintain services, absolutely. And also with some of the academy periods and some of those cohortings, we can also tailor those to the needs of specific groups of students as well.
And for the middle school, our teachers will be coming onto campus 2 days a week and meeting ideally with that same cohort on both of those days. So we're hoping that our ratios would work out where we would have enough teachers and students coming onto campus where it would be, groups of 15 students coming on Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, and then a matching teacher for that. The concern would be if there were more students and not enough teachers to accommodate that, then we would look at the teachers still coming 2 days a week, but with 2 different cohorts.
And I think part of the confusion is that the high school is making sure we're staggering students by having different days, and the middle school is doing more of a staggering model by different times of day.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
Are we going to have a second round, President?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll definitely, we can have a second round of questions too if there's still
Yeah,
more.
so I'll just limit my questions right now. My first actually is for Ms. Brill. If you could address why were 6th graders not separated out in terms of considering what a hybrid model would look like for them, given that, here in Albany, we do it different, but in many places, 6th grade is part of elementary. And in terms of academically, it's also considered that, especially as you, have these closed groups for 6th graders as opposed to the 7th and 8th graders. So why is not the 6th graders not considered different and given a special look at in terms of what a hybrid could look like for them?
Yeah, right. So, I think that what we're looking at is that, 6th grade is a funny thing in California because there's different models of schools, as you were mentioning. And I think when there was a plan that went out that said, kindergarten to 6th graders, the intent with that is schools that are K-6 schools and have this model of one class, one teacher, and let's bring them back because they're kind of grouped as part of that school. Given that we're middle school, we treat our sixth graders as our middle school students. And we do have an articulated plan where in sixth grade, they move around more than they do in fifth grade, less than they do in seventh grade. So sixth graders are treated differently than seventh and treated differently than eighth. We treat all of our age groups differently, but at the same time, they're part of our middle school. And so what I see that plan intended for is for schools that are K-6 schools. When we're looking at opening up and figuring out what we're going to do as a school, we're really working to try to follow a middle school model. And I know our sixth graders are excited to be middle schoolers and haven't had that wonderful opportunity to join us on our campus. And so we're looking at bringing them in the same way that we do our seventh and eighth graders.
But even given that this is a pandemic, this is something, hopefully not to be repeated in our lifetime, but therefore we need to address the needs of the kids specifically. And based on their age, they definitely could flow into an elementary kind of approach.
And yet what they're in with us is a middle school model. And so they do have two different core teachers. They have a different period for PE. They have electives. It's not, they're part of a scheduling system that is really different than elementary is.
Okay, let me move on to another question for both of you in terms of the stakeholders. I know everybody's referred to that parents have been involved, but I'm really quite concerned about how much parents have been involved specifically. I mean, generally they've been invited, but how many have really showed up? How many have come to your advisory task force, for example? And has word gotten back to all the parents so they could once again provide feedback? I think parents at secondary are a different breed than elementary school parents, right? I do understand that. But still, I'd like to know how much outreach there really has been and how much feedback you have gotten as well from secondary parents, and how many have attended your meetings.
I can start this question off and then Principal McNally, if you want to piggyback on this. So our task force, is a small group of teachers, small group of parents. But what we did was that after every task force meeting, I would send out notes to our parent community and invite feedback. And I had a number of parents who've reached out to me. I've had phone conversations with a number of them, always invited them if you want to discuss it further. And then following the last reach out, I also specifically reached out to parents who were in certain groups that I wanted to make sure had representation, and sent them an email with a plan and inviting either email feedback or phone conversations. Had a number of phone conversations with parents following that, as well as parents who just had feedback about the plan. And so I feel like I've gotten a really nice rounded out representation of, and just like any group that's as big as we are, there's a huge range from parents who are like, this is, we're really happy with how things are going, given that it's a pandemic, right? This is great. Parents who are like, this plan really meets our needs, to parents who are saying, this doesn't meet our needs at all, and this is what we would like to see. And I think you can appreciate, that there's just a lot of different needs that we are trying to pull together, but there's no need that can go beyond the health and safety of our students and staff. And so we are really working hard to try to meet everybody's needs as best we can. And I feel like at the middle school, I've gotten a really nice rounded out piece of feedback from parents. I don't know, Principal McNally, if you want to add on to that or not.
Slightly different. We did have our reopening task force, which is built off of our site council, which has representation from staff, parents, and students. Also had discussions with our IIC a little bit, as well as our faculty. Also discussed it with our PTSA. And I also sent out some initial descriptions in some of my monthly newsletters when we were initially forming the plan. And then similar to Principal Brill, in places where I felt like certain voices hadn't been elevated enough, I tried to reach out to families from those groups to really make sure I had a full sense of their needs and understanding. And this is in both the process of kind of having the plan, as well as some of the initial steps of trying to understand, again, what were the needs that most needed to be met through the hybrid planning.
Okay, and just one more question for right now, which is I was under the impression that there was a hubs were for the specific trying to get our kids back in schools or with teachers who need intervention, so academic, right? And so I had thought that the this hybrid would focus just totally on the social wellness of our kids, the mental wellness of our kids. And yet when I saw the plan, the way it was laid out originally was that there was going to be a focus on a little bit on, I mean, 50, half hour, say, on the community building aspect of it. And then the remainder was going to be, of the 90 minutes, for example, was going to be on students focusing on their asynchronous work and getting help from the teachers. And I don't get that because they're doing that all morning long. So why would they come to school in the afternoon to focus on something that they do at home already?
Well, that's where the intervention piece comes into it as well, is that the part that's missing is, for example, if you're in the classroom in the morning, you have a teacher who has a lesson plan, a whole set of things, and a class of 30 students. With the academy periods set up, we're going to be able to schedule students with teachers they need the most support with. And because the time is a little bit less structured, that allows the student and the teacher to work together on the places where the student needs the support, by having that targeted support and intervention with a small group.
I'm sorry, I forgot one quick related question, which is just how many students, were you able to talk to high school students about this plan, and the same for middle school students, and what were the reactions, if any?
We did talk to our student leadership as well as the students, and our reopening task force had students on it for the high school, as well as IIC, and then also some of our student leadership. There was no specific consensus. I think the biggest takeaway was that students understood the intention and agreed with what we were hoping to do. I think there was I think as Principal Brill kind of mentioned and talking to some parents, there was definitely a variety of feelings about the trade-offs that were involved, with some feeling that it wasn't worth it. Or, I mean, and honestly, there are some who are not feeling significantly drained from a social emotional perspective by the current setup. So there's not even a completely uniform, unanimous feeling on what the needs would be in a hybrid model. But I think most of the voices that I talked to felt it was a good step in the right direction. And especially for our students, the place that they're feeling the most drain is just that sense of connection and being around others. And I think our students are more than happy to see us make any efforts towards creating more connection with others. Which is also why we're doing things like trying to bring back athletics and other programs as well for students.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. One question that I had, clarifying question, I believe, though, to be honest, sometimes I'm not exactly sure of the difference between those types of questions, but is what the space considerations have been as far as determining how many children in a room, whether that's been based on a requirement of 6 feet in between students, or whether that's been based on a slightly lower requirement, as I believe has been put in place in some other districts.
So one of the fringe benefits of working in a high school that's constantly got construction going on is it's really easy to find engineering documents when you need them. And I've been able to measure, I mean, I literally sat with a ruler and some documents and figured out with 6 feet of space, what could we fit in some of our typical classrooms. And basically the answer is for an Albany High classroom, you can get over 20 people if you're trying to keep 6 feet of distance between them. And we also have some actually pretty large classrooms, such as our science classrooms. So for us, we actually figured out that our constraint is not how big the rooms are, it's the number of rooms that we have, because you want to make sure that you can get the airflow in and out of the classroom. And so that became the major limit in our plan is, like I said, not the size of the classrooms, but how many of them that you have, because you want to maintain that contained airflow. And then, of course, the county guidance around cohorts, which is pretty much right around 16.
Principal Brill, I don't know if the answer is different at the middle school or.
No, similar to the high school. Thank you.
All right, I think everyone's had one opportunity, so we'll cycle back from the beginning. Vice President Doss.
Thank you. I first I want to say that I really appreciate all of the hard work that has went into the plans in place, or the plans that were suggested this evening. I really do want to commend all of that work, because I know it's not easy. I think I even sat in on a couple of those meetings. With that, I also want to say that I don't think the current plan serves the needs of our most vulnerable students. I don't know, I can't speak for every parent, but I know that the parents that are working full time, I don't know that they will be able to opt in and participate with the plans that are in place. I know that the older students might be able to take themselves, but maybe for sixth graders, new school that they've never been to before, students that they've never met, teachers that they've never met in person, kind of sending them out into the world on their own might not be the best option. Also, once they do get there, I don't see it as enough time. I think that more
Is Vice President Doss frozen for everybody else or just me?
It's frozen for me as well.
I will let him know.
Would it be okay if I just piggybacked on Melissa's question? That's all mine is about the ventilation really quickly. Okay.
Yes.
Principal McNally, you said it's about classrooms where we can maintain the airflow. I just wanted to confirm, does that mean some classrooms are unusable because of the airflow? Does that mean that we need to stagger them, or is that just having enough airflow in the classroom with the number of bodies in there?
My point was just the number of bodies in a room, and that as more research has been done and we've been following up on it, there's it's not as simple as 6 feet. It's a lot of kind of what you're doing in that space and how much airflow is happening, and then how you can be 6 feet apart. You can be less than 6 feet if there's a wall between you and another person, but a person who may be 10 feet away from you, but there's just airflow between the two of you, that might actually be a bigger risk. So in looking at some of these constraints and making sure that we had enough safety, what we realized really was the issue was not could we fit a cohort into a classroom and keep them apart, but do we have enough classrooms for the number of cohorts that we are thinking of having? To your question about airflow, I mean, that is definitely a major concern for us, is making sure that we have proper ventilation. We have gone through with the facilities crew and made sure that, classrooms that have ventilation, that they have windows. I will be honest that the HVAC system at the high school has always been an issue. And we are definitely committed to make sure that it is being fully working, and also making sure from the maintenance department that we have air purifiers as needed within the school. But to the point, our bigger concern is the number of classrooms. And then a secondary concern is making sure those classrooms have airflow and other things like that. And of course, we also want to maintain airflow in things like bathrooms. And I know a lot of research has been done on what amount of airflow is appropriate. And Ben Borrego, our facilities manager, has actually been pretty good about coming with those kinds of answers and figuring out what kind of support we need.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having my son help me with a technology issue. Vice President Doss, we lost you maybe a few sentences in, so I think you may need to start around your second sentence. Sorry.
I don't remember what that was. But I hope that you heard me say thank you for all your hard work, and I appreciate it. And I know that a lot went into that. Basically, what I said, to not take up too much time, because anyway, I think that the kids need more time. I don't know if the current proposal supports the needs of our most vulnerable students and their families. And so I just think the kids need more time on campus with their teachers, more time on campus with their friends. I just think they need more time there to serve all of the needs that school provides, whether it be food, whether it be just time with a great teacher, whether it be two parents that are fighting. So they just need time away from those parents fighting. And whatever it is, I think they need more time on campus. So, but with that, I'd like to share my screen. Now, Julie, she promised me that I would be able to do this. So I'm gonna try and do this. If it doesn't work, but I'm gonna attempt to do this. Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. All right,
We can see it.
Perfect. I'm gonna scroll through these. I'm gonna scroll through these really quickly, and then I'm gonna email them out. But I'd like for our plan to involve students having more time on campus, and I think that they can safely do so. And so I'd like to kind of go through these slides really quick that shows us how we can go about doing that. Talked about why did we close schools. Tells us here, we thought that kids would be primary drivers of COVID. We thought kids would be at risk for severe illness. We thought that schools would be super spreaders. We thought school closures would save thousands. We were wrong. That wasn't necessarily the case. The science has proven that. Adults are the primary drivers of COVID. Whether schools are open or closed, adults are still doing the things that drive COVID. There were 30,000 people at the Super Bowl. There were 40 people at the restaurant on Solano. Although the food is really good, there were 40 people there. More people than would be at the small cohorts at our high school or middle school. We know that we can mitigate by using strategies of masking and distancing. We know that cleaning services and reducing shared objects is less important than other things that we can put in place that we've already put in place because our wonderful staff has completed that entire checklist flawlessly. Props to them for that. Here's something that I think is really important. If you wear a mask and you socially distance, it is the equivalent of having the vaccine. It is the equivalent, meaning kids spread the virus at a lower rate. And if they're wearing masks and socially distant, as our high school principal told us, he went through and measured it. So we know the kids are going to be safe because he took it so seriously. It's the equivalent of having a vaccine. So we know we can do that safely. Here, we can take a look at the ultimate measure that says number of school-based transmissions. But in Albany altogether, the entire city of Albany, there's only been 260 cases of COVID since March. There's only been 260 since March in the entire city of Albany. We're not even talking about schools, we're talking about the entire city. That's including the adults that keep going to the restaurants on Solano and taking their mask off to eat. Our kids aren't going to do that. They're going to keep their masks on the whole time. I'm going to skip that one because it doesn't really apply to us. I'm going to skip this one as well because it doesn't apply to us. I already talked about community cases not equal school cases. The strongest predictor of school spread equals adherence to masking, which we're going to do, and we've already talked about that. Why reopen schools now with vaccine on the horizon? Because we already talked about that. Wearing the mask and socially distant is the equivalent to getting the vaccine. Even if you get the vaccine, you still are supposed to wear your mask and socially distant. One doesn't cancel out the other. They both stop COVID. They both stop the spread of COVID. That's why we're supposed to do both. Mental health crisis is broad. This has been brought up from time to time, but I think it's important for us to really take a moment to think about that, is that students' mental health is suffering, and we can help with that. We can help to mitigate that by students being on campus. The more time they're on, the science says that we can do that. I'm skipping through here because I want to make sure other people have time. I don't want to take up too much time, but I thought this information was very important. And so with that, that will complete the presentation that I have here. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And that completes what I'd like to say at this point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Student Board Member Corzo Clark.
Yeah, I had a question that a student sent to me and then a couple of comments. But first I'll ask the question, and that was about academies and how those would be chosen. I know that they're like being assigned to a teacher you already have, but I was wondering if sort of like the intervention practices would be based on just academic achievement or also like student request. And then on top of that, what the scenario would be if more than 16 students were asking or being recommended to be placed in a certain academy period with a certain teacher.
I can answer this question, but I'm going to put a big giant asterisk on it, which is I've never done this before. So there is that. With some things I've done in the past, the way that we can do it is basically look at from Aries which students or which teachers a student has, and then look at what their academic achievement is, and then say, okay, what are the possible teachers that we could group this student with, and then look at the one where they need the most academic support, and then group that student with that teacher. And that's the process that we would go through. The problem with doing it through student preference is it gets really complicated to collect that information. And then I also worry about using that information equitably. And the most straightforward way to do it, we really look at, okay, where is the student going to need the most support, and prioritize grouping the student with that teacher.
Thank you. That makes sense. I was just wondering because I know in my own like anecdotal experience and from others, there's some classes where we feel like we are learning more, but our grades are lower, and other classes where we feel like we are learning less, but our grades are higher just on the way the class is structured.
And we really would be looking first at scheduling those students who are having the most academic struggle. And then the students who have a B+ but would like an A- would be one of our lower priority groups when it comes to scheduling.
Yeah, great. And then the comments I have is sort of agreeing with Vice President Doss. I do think, I think that the asynchronous time is helpful. I definitely think that less so about the social emotional learning activities and more so just sort of being around different people. I do not know the feasibility of this. This was just something I thought of 5 minutes ago, but I just remember especially when I was younger, that like recess was just a very formative part of school, and just like being outside with other kids surrounded by people, even if it wasn't everything. And so I think that it would be very helpful if that was a possibility where during, maybe not for all of it, but during the sort of lunch and transition period, students could be on school sites, maybe not in the classroom, but just on site during that 1 hour. And that could sort of compensate for being around other peers. Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. And I think it's just, we would need to make sure that students are following the appropriate health and safety precautions. And to your point about recess, there's also no reason we can't, for some of those academy periods, have people go outside and do activities outside together with their cohort, weather permitting and other things like that. So we can definitely get creative with that that time and how we want to use it to best support students.
Trustee Boyd.
Okay, 3 questions, please. The first one is just in response to Principal Brill's statement about, depending on what percentage of people actually decide to come back and potentially it dropping to 1 day instead of 2 days. I just wanted to know what we would need to do in order to make that not a concern. Is it a lack of potentially teachers who would be able to be at the school for those? If so, is it possible that the teachers, that the students are not necessarily with certificated teachers? Is it possible that there could be a broader range of staff perhaps that could be with the students during that time, especially since what we're talking about is not actual instruction? And also if it's a space concern, like if there was talk about like plexiglass separators or that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I think the thing that's been really tricky with the planning is that we just don't know our numbers. We don't know if 1/4 of the families are going to choose to send their kids back, 1/2 are going to send their kids back, 75% are going to send their kids back. And then we don't know which teachers are going to end up with medical excusals and which ones aren't. And so it's just been really tricky to figure out how to plan when we don't have actual numbers. And so the issue, though, to kind of narrow down what you're talking about is the amount is personnel to student ratio. And so, whether we could use, I know that the idea of teachers working with kids, it's not just like, we're giving them free time to like, hey, watch these kids, we're really asking them to lead social emotional lessons with the kids, and to, and with the intervention pieces to really be hands-on and academically support kids who really need that academic support. I mean, if we know a student is really struggling in math, we'll put them with a math teacher for their intervention period, that sort of thing. So I don't think it's an easily, filled position, but to answer the question about if we just needed 3 more people to make it happen, I mean, certainly there's personnel, maybe other personnel within our school, other, service providers, that I think that would be more of a question at the district level if it comes to that, in terms of how we can assign and use people on our staff.
Thank you. And understand especially the huge question marks, because literally the community hasn't been asked. I would just encourage whoever it is that ends up considering this to I would hope that that extra day or that second day, if this plan were approved, would not be lost lightly, because I think that would make a big difference to the community if the plan were approved.
And if
my second question, oh, sorry.
I could just speak to that also, and just to say that's also the sentiment of our teaching staff. People really want to see the kids 2 days a week. It's a priority. It's certainly not something we would let go of lightly.
Thank you. And my second question is what the consideration has been at both school sites for the possibility of teaching and conducting these in-person sessions outdoors. And if there are any supports that could come from wherever to support those endeavors, be it purchasing tents, et cetera, how much thought has gone into that and what the possibilities are for using, for relying on outdoor space and to help allow for more children to be at the schools.
I can speak for the high school, and it's definitely something that we would love to do, and it's definitely something we've been considering. A little bit of what causes pause for us is that, if you look at where we are on our half a city block, we have Albany High with 1,200 students and nearly 100 staff members. We have the pool, we have the cafeteria, and then now we also are home to 250 elementary school students and their staff as well. So we are pushing 1,600 people on half a city block, and it's packed. And part of it too is that we don't own the median, we don't own the park, we don't even own the thing that we use for our baseball field. And so it does, it makes it difficult for us to commit to how something will be used because we don't control it. And also it makes it difficult for us to keep others from using it as well. So we have definitely come up with some plans for how to use all those spaces. doing things like having folding chairs available, have those out there, being able to use the steps. I mean, anyone will tell you at the high school on hot days and the nice days, people go outside and use the outside spaces already. We just didn't want to have to come up with a plan that required us to use them because of those situations where they wouldn't be available, either because of weather or something else going on. So those are something that we definitely will use as we can. We didn't want to have a plan that required us to use them, so that we didn't want to create a situation where we wouldn't be able to move forward if we couldn't use them.
And to piggyback on that, for middle school, for the first portion of the students' time at school, when we're doing the social emotional connective time, our intent is to be outdoors for that as much as possible. And we've talked about having different outdoor spaces that are marked, you know, with either chairs or, you know, tape on the ground or something so students know where to stand. And so to use the outdoor spaces as much as possible. We also are grateful to our tech department who just extended our Wi-Fi so that we have good Wi-Fi coverage in our courtyard now. But at the same time, I think for the academic support time, I think it's unrealistic for us to have enough strong spaces outdoors for kids sitting down and getting busy with work. So I think our courtyard is a viable space. We certainly can use it. But I don't know that we'll be able to have all of our students and classes out there spread out safely.
Darned mute. Thank you. And my last question was just whether the possibility of teaching remote students and in-person students simultaneously has been considered in connection with developing these plans, and how the decision was made for that to not be an option, to again allow potentially more in-person students at the site and still have a robust remote program as well.
We had a lot of discussion around this, especially with our instructional leadership team. And there's two major concerns. The first one is just a simple technology constraint, in that we don't currently have a lot of the equipment to do live streaming from classrooms. And so we would have to make sure we had that equipment available, and then we were able to train staff on how to use it. The other concern then is that students would not be getting an equal learning experience depending on if they're in the classroom or they are at home. So for example, something like giving a test or trying to do a discussion or something along those lines would be very difficult for the students at home compared to the students who would be in the class. And so for that reason, we weren't really sure it would work very well as a viable model. It would also really lock the teacher into basically being a lecturer standing in one place at all times, which, I mean, it is kind of unfortunate what's happening with the remote learning as well. And because of those compromises, when it came to high school, we felt it would be best just to really focus on trying to do remote learning or doing remote learning well.
And if I could piggyback on that, I think two pieces. One is just that the way that teachers are teaching now, in terms of using, you know, they're using breakout rooms, they're using online, all sorts of different online apps and various ways to engage students. They've basically redesigned, they've gone through the work of completely redefining and redesigning their jobs, and to try to make school engaging for online students. It's a really different way to engage kids when they're sitting there in front of you. And so to try to meet both needs at once is really not possible. But I think the bigger factor from our perspective, or maybe not the bigger one, but another big factor is also just that when we looked at bringing students onto campus for our academic learning, what we ended up kind of finding is like, okay, so we have kids who are going to now move between 7 different classes with 7 different teachers who also are coming in contact with all their classes. So it was also a matter of just really feeling like at this level, it's not a safe plan to have that many kids coming in contact with that many other kids and teachers.
Just to respond shortly to both of those in a way, I would just suggest, and I certainly can't speak for others, but I think that it is possible that there are potentially many members of the community who would take the option of not having a perfect in-person or remote option, but still being able to have more hours in school, so that if, for instance, my children are remote and they're having a period of time where, you know, the instruction is not quite as targeted to them as it would be, or there's some stop and start, there's some addressing this need while the remote kids are sitting waiting, or etc. I would at least suggest that we think about the possibility for allowing a bit of imperfection if it allows us to deliver a longer school day for students to be on campus, and also for the outdoors as well. Although I would think it's certainly not at all ideal to not have a dependable, okay, we can use this space at all times. Again, if there's a possibility for allowing some more room to provide more in-person time for students and families, I think potentially needing to work with things not being quite as set in stone and as regimented as we would like, if that does allow for students and families who really need the in-person time to have it, that we might consider these imperfect solutions.
I don't know if either of you want to respond to that, or I'll move on to my couple of questions. So I have two, although maybe one of them was just answered. I guess my first one is that I think in the elementary model, as with many districts, there's a hope that we can expand on what we set up, right, as if conditions improve significantly. So I'm wondering what that capacity would be in the middle school and high school models. And I ask that knowing that particularly for high school, the safety considerations with that age group, the complexity of the schedule and so forth might make that really challenging. And the fact that it may be many, many weeks before we even meet the criteria for bringing 7th through 12th grade back. But I would like to hear if you have begun thinking about if we are able to do this successfully for a couple of months, and then, you know, we have vaccinations or we have a significant reduction in cases, you know, is there a possibility that we could add class time, add in-person time in some form in either of these models? And if so, what form would that take? And then my other question is just, given that 7 through 12 is this separate set of criteria, have you considered bringing the 6th graders back earlier? Even within the model you're proposing, is it possible to bring them back first when we have K through 5 come back, at least so we then have some experience to build on with a group at the middle school before 7th and 8th grade are able to come back?
Yeah, to address your first question, I think that if nothing else from this pandemic, what we've learned is that we need to remain flexible and open and kind of on our toes. And, you know, I was remembering the other day when we first were sending students and staff home, and we were talking about whether it was going to be 2 weeks or 3 weeks till we were back in school. You know, and then all of a sudden, here we were, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to instruct students and what that's going to look like. And then we had the summer to learn from our errors and put something better into place. And I think, you know, teachers have, you know, really done an outstanding job of reinventing their jobs during this time. And I think all of us are really open to that flexibility. And so, you know, if things were to change and if things were to all of a sudden feel safer because of vaccinations or numbers going down or whatever it is, I think all of us are really game to just keep these conversations moving and open and be responsive. I mean, I think the one thing that everybody in the community, you know, teachers, administrators, parents, students, I think all of us have in common is that we really want to be back full time with our kids. We all want our kids in school. We all want to be teaching them in person. And so as soon as things shift enough to be safe to do that, I think people are going to be very open and flexible with that idea. So I in terms of, we have not had specific conversations about it was enough to get to this point. We haven't had conversations about, and then if it pivots a month later, but I think once we have a plan that's approved that we can start working towards, you know, we can certainly be having that conversation, you know. And then in terms of the 6th grade piece of it, you know, I think at this point, we really have just been including, I mean, sixth grade as part of our middle school cohort. They have their PE classes. Their PE teachers also teach 7th and 8th grade and only available certain times because of that. They do have 2 different teachers. They have band and choir and orchestra. They have support classes that are taught by 7th, 8th grade teachers. They are kind of part of our full school system. And so we really haven't had any conversations about trying to look at bringing them back earlier. Now, it doesn't mean we can't have conversations about it, but we haven't yet.
I mean,
I guess one, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say the piece I think I would add to Principal Brill is, again, I would just echo that we want to be back as much as possible, as soon as possible. And a lot of these conversations have been about staff mental health and student mental health. And I would also echo that our administrators are in that staff mental health category of, you know, we didn't get in this work either to sit in empty schools or do anything like that. And I think we want to definitely come back. One concern I have is my experience working with students, and especially working with McGregor and our alternative education population. Transitions are always difficult, and transitions need to be handled carefully and thoughtfully for everyone involved. And anytime we have a transition, we run the risk of losing people in the process of transition. And so I would really caution us against making changes quickly and rapidly, because I worry about what additional impact that would have. Part of what makes this pandemic so damaging for our mental health is the feelings of uncertainty that it creates. And I don't want to create additional feelings of uncertainty for staff, our families, or our students at all. And, you know, speaking of timelines, one thing I would remind us is we're actually a month away from the 1-year anniversary, which I think is a little chilling. A silver lining on that is that means we're about to enter the territory where our teachers are now teaching things remotely for the second time, where they're now going to start teaching material that they taught remotely a year ago. And that means that they actually are going to start teaching something not for the first time. And that will change some of the process that's happening as well. And I would just, to the point about can we bring people back more, I think we want to do that as much as possible. But then the question is just, what do we consider safe to do that? And part of the plan that we arrived at now is because of our commitment to having small cohorts of students and to have students being able to stay home if they feel that that's the best option for them. And so I think that then becomes the question is, what do we as a community feel is that minimum level of safety that we feel comfortable with?
Great, thank you. I do have a clarifying question just on the 6th grade piece, which is what would be some of the logistical challenges of, you know, not doing anything different with them, but just having them come earlier in the way that we're anticipating, for example, TK through 2nd coming and then doing a graded phase in, just so I can understand sort of the challenges that might be inherent in doing that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so if we're looking at just the plan as we have it and starting it earlier, then I think what I would say is what we would need to have in place. Well, there's the pieces around, you know, what tier we're in and when we're, you know, well, I guess 6th grade is different perhaps, but when we're allowed to bring them back, we would need to have our MOU worked out with our teachers union, and we would need time still to hear back from the families who's coming, figure out which teachers can come, form the classes, and get all of our equipment and safety protocols in place.
Great, thank you. So we can keep going through board members. I do want to note that we're at 1 hour and 20 minutes, and I do want to make sure that we have time for public comment and also to really deliberate, and we do need to make a decision. This is a review and action item. So I see Vice President Das and Trustee Duran. Do you want to speak now, or do you want to go after public comment? Okay, Trustee Duran.
Okay, I have 3 questions. One has to do with, first of all, to mention that the academic remote programs you have for the secondary kids seem to be very strong, and really delivering a lot. How much the kids actually are able to absorb and respond and learn is really the second question, right? And so I don't know if grades from first semester are really going to tell us that story, but I know the board will be getting that information sooner than later. But in terms of what I think, Mr. McNally, the word you used was connections for the high schoolers. And I think it's the same. I think it's the same from TK through 12th grade, which is the connection, the physicality of kids being with one another and with teachers. And so given that, I'm wondering, because to me, the program still sounds very academic oriented. We kind of put in a social and mental wellness kind of description, but in the end, we're going to do those academics with the kids. And to me, I would be off put with that, because what I need is to see my friends and teachers, et cetera. And so I would say, was there never conversations about, why don't we just do art with the kids? Why don't we do dance, sing, do PE, run around? What is wrong with recess? As one of the Trustee Corso Clark mentioned, or recess, as Miss Brill, you mentioned that, and you mentioned free time, and those are things that are the connections that I think our kids need, not so much the academics, but the connections. And I'm wondering then, if we can agree to something like that, can the hubs be the places for the intervention? And I know that the superintendent had told us in a Friday update or somewhere that you guys have already made those connections with some of the kids that need more intense work. So is there the possibilities that we can really do some fun stuff with kids when we ask them to go back? And not just have a study hall or something where, oh my gosh, they're going to focus on their work again, which they can do at home. So that's my first question, if you'd like to respond.
I can jump in first for middle school. I think there's two pieces there. One is I completely agree about wanting kids to experience, connection and joy when they come to school. And I think, when we know there's a lot of acronyms in education and a lot of ways of talking about things. And I think when we're saying social emotional learning, we're not talking about sitting them down and, teaching them like a lesson on social emotional learning. I can at least speak for the middle school and say that our goal is positive, fun, outdoor connection time. It might be playing games together. It might be doing some fun activities. It might be going for a walk with a partner around the track. It could be any number of things. And I think that's where we will have plans, and we'll also be really looking to students to see what things are working well for them. Our only goal of that time is just for them to be able to spend some positive time with peers and feel a sense of connectedness. And I think we often really find connectedness by experiencing fun and joy with one another. And so I think that really is the intention of that portion of the time. And then I would say that, the other major pull in my conversations with families has been the need for intervention, that it's hard for kids to be Zooming during their day and then doing all this asynchronous work on their own. If they need help, they have to plan and go to office hours or write email, whatever it is. And just working alone is hard, and it gets really old when you're that age, And so I think the idea of the intervention time is also really working to meet a need, that there would be somebody that they could see twice a week where they could ask questions that they have in real time, get real time human response to those questions, and also have a chance to work with peers and have kind of like a little study group, so to speak. And I think the idea of it isn't to be like, hey, you're going to come in and you're going to work more, but this is work that they would be doing anyways, but they actually have the opportunity to get support and help while doing it. So that's where we are coming from.
Yeah, I would agree totally with all those points. And just the other thing I would add on to it, I know we're probably thinking only a few months, but these calls for more connection and belonging are something that have been going on for a long time and need to continue to happen past coronavirus. And students not kind of feeling seen and held in schools an ongoing issue. And so part of my hope is that the things that we learn now are things that will carry us forward when the pandemic is over.
Okay, my second question is, why does it have to be mandatory? This last period of the day, if you will. It is a choice for them to either stay at home, whatever, and they can keep their cameras off at home or come to school. Why is it mandatory, and what credits are kids getting for? What's it going to look like on the report card?
The mandatory requirement comes from the education code requirements about what we consider instructional minutes, and the requirements we currently have around the number of instructional minutes we have to have in a day. And then for high school, at least, this will not be counted on the report card as a class or be credit bearing or anything like that. Similar to the way that advisory is not currently a course that shows up on students' transcripts.
Ms. Brill, did you want to respond to that? Oh,
I would just piggyback on what Mr. McNally is saying. And, I think students do a choice whether to come or not come. We do have to account for instructional minutes and asynchronous time. So it's a similar answer to his, that if students are choosing to come, then we need to account for who's there and not there. We're not looking to, our goal isn't to penalize students who, can't come for one day. It's just a matter of, are they coming? Are they not coming? And if they are coming, then we have to account for that time, just like we do with their asynchronous time.
Okay. My last question has to do with, you both had spoken about how challenging it is to even prepare this 1 hour to 3 hours for the students. And you said it would take approximately 6 weeks, which in my calendar is like March 29th. We could start with this program if the county gave us the green light at that time. And I'm wondering, and Mr. McNally, you also referred to, two transitions being kind of painful, and Ms. Brill talking about being prepared but flexible. And I'm kind of wondering, and this is really just sort of your own personal response as the principals of the school, kind of is, as opposed to transitioning slowly and adding 1-2 more hours, how would you feel about a transition from this hybrid into full return in-person school time before the end of school, if all goes well with our COVID numbers dropping?
My preferred model is fully reopening. And I think that meets our needs the best. And if it were, I'm very skeptical it will be possible for us to do that before the end of the school year. I'm not a public health official, but I would be in favor of it. Our biggest issue with the adding more minutes of in-person is not, I think that's a fine idea. It's a question of where and how, because with a high school model or a middle school model, it wouldn't work out well if we said something like, well, first period's going to be in person, but your other periods aren't, because then whatever you happen to have first period will be completely different and completely change your schedule. So we have to figure out ways to kind of evenly distribute time between all of the 7 periods or all of the time in the school day. And that's what really creates a lot of our challenges. So that's kind of my feeling on it is, my worry, like I said before, is just trying to do quick and rapid transitions without having adequate time to prepare. And I worry about what the effect of that would be. And of course, many people are going to have questions about how we do it and how do we do it well. And that'll be harder if we keep having transitions. And I mean, just as another example with high school, when we start getting into things like the month of May is dominated with things like SBAC testing and AP testing. There's already disruptions in our schedules there. We get into June, we start looking at finals and other kinds of activities as well. There's a week in April called spring break. So especially once we get into our fourth quarter, our schedule starts to really rapidly increase. And we already start having lots of disruptions in our schedules to begin with. And so I worry about having those disruptions compounded with trying to also change the model of how we're doing school. Ms. Lau-Simon and I are having a lot of challenges right now just dealing with what school could look like in May, and then balancing that with our hundreds of students who need to be doing AP testing, considering the College Board released 2 days ago new guidance on what the AP testing is supposed to look like. So we're facing a lot of these scenarios where things that we used to just depend on months ahead of time, we're suddenly seeing the ground shift underneath us. And and that's our concern, is how do we deal with all of these shifts happening at once?
Thank you. Trustee Duran, is that your, okay.
Questions, thank you.
So Vice President Doss, do you also want to ask another question before we go to public comment?
Yeah, just quick, and then we can go to public comment. I'm wondering how we can go about implementing PE into this plan. PE doesn't work via Zoom. It just doesn't work. As the kids say, don't at me, because it doesn't work. I'm not willing to debate that. How can we incorporate it into this plan? Because I see the kids doing sports now, like cross country, swimming. I think our superintendent spoke about choir. There are kids doing things in person. PE is the one thing that you can't do via Zoom. So how can we go about incorporating that? And I also support the idea of having the sixth graders come back first. So I guess my question would be, how can the board go about giving that instruction and then supporting staff as we move towards that? And with that, you can respond to that. You can think about it and respond later, and we can go to public comment, whatever works best.
I mean, the one thing, there's quite a few programs I can think of that would do much better in person. I think PE is one of them. I think most of our visual and performing arts are much better done in an in-person setting. A lot of our applied technology courses, applied arts courses, would be much better served to an in-person setting. Our biggest issue is not a question of can we run those courses in person. It's the transition. It's when the students need to transition to another class that it becomes a challenge. So let's say that your third period is a PE class where you need to be meeting at the high school. The challenge then is what happens if your next class is English class and you need to get home to be able to jump on Zoom to do English class. That's where we've really run into the problems of having some programs being done on campus while other programs are being done at home. Is it gets really difficult to be able to transition students one way to another rapidly, even within the 10-minute period of time that we have between periods. And that's been the biggest constraint with our planning. So a lot of the in-person things that have been done, such as choir, it's really been more of an extra activity or outside of the regular school day activity because of that student movement and transition challenge.
Great. So we are going to go to public comment, and then we do need to come back and discuss and make a decision. We are at 9:45, and we are scheduled to be done with this item at 8:55. So, and I know the staff are waiting for direction. So I think we only have 5 commenters. I think we can go to 2 minutes apiece. We are going to cut people off just to be fair to everyone who's ahead of you. Oh, I'm the person that has the unmute power. sorry. So first is Miriam Walden.
Hi, thank you for listening. I want so badly as a teacher to be back with all of my kids all day. It's driving me absolutely crazy not to be able to do that. But I want to say that you need to vote yes on this plan today. I've been hassling Mr. McNally about how we could reopen since the day after we stopped teaching in person. And it's really, really hard to figure out a plan that deals with the fact that our normal high school day, kids have 150 contacts and 7 expert teachers. So how do you create a way that you can reduce that number of contacts down and still give kids access to all 7 of their expert teachers? It's really just very impossible. And we've considered every scenario. So this is not a great plan. It's not what I want to do, but it does accomplish the goal. People have talked about how school can be safe with the right protocols. And it's crucial that we understand that social distancing is not just about 6 feet. It's about reducing the number of contacts that you have. So 150 contacts is not safe. We need to get it down to 16. This plan does it. It's not a great plan, but I'm looking forward to doing it as soon as we possibly can. So I need you to vote yes today so we can get going and I can see my kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Schroeder.
Sorry, does that work now? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for all your hard work for students. I respect so many of you and really appreciate all your hard work. My daughter is a 6th grader at AMS, and I support returning to in-person school. When I asked my daughter how it felt to live during the time of the coronavirus, this is how she replied.
Lonely.
Our kids are suffering. Adolescence is a time for teens to try on different identities, become independent, and learn how to form close relationships. They can't expand their friend group, experiment with sports, or form deep connections through a screen. And as other speakers have noted, pediatricians across the country are already sounding the alarm. An increasing number of adolescents are showing signs of depression and other mental health problems. COVID is not the only health risk in our community. My brother works for a school district in San Diego, and they've been open for months now with no COVID transmission. He said the administration, teachers, and parents built trust. They avoided analysis paralysis, and they worked together to reopen the schools safely. He says he feels safe, and I think we can do that in Albany too. I greatly fear that prolonged school closure, particularly into the fall, would be devastating and divisive for our community. Please vote to reopen under this plan and to commit to fully reopening our schools in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Appel.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I also am in favor of the board approving this plan. I think remote learning is working well for my student, but I also see that he would really like to see people in person. I have several questions. One is, and I hope that these questions can be answered during this meeting. My first question is, how are teachers planning to cover the academic material, the same amount of academic material given the reduction of the instructional minutes in each class by 20 minutes? So that in the high school, at least, the instructional period goes from 80 to 60 minutes. My second question is, has the school district looked at using any other spaces in town besides school district properties? Maybe there are reasons why that's not possible, and I would really like to hear what they are. And my third question comes from me wearing my hat as a member of the Albany Disability Squad, where I understand that in-person instruction is now being offered to a limited extent to students in elementary and middle school. And I'd like to know if that is also being offered to high-need students at the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. We will come back to a couple of these questions at the end, but I think it would be helpful to get through all the commenters. So I'm writing them down. Jeremiah.
Thank you. Regarding the last period of the day, you were talking about kind of what to do. Maybe that last period of the day, the kids can do some stretching or some sit-ups or push-ups. You know, they can get their PE in. Or that last period could be washing your hands, cleaning or sanitizing before you go home. Or maybe that last period of the day, you know, the kids could start their homework. The students can start their homework. Regarding PE, this whole time at home, kids could be doing Zumba. You know, my wife Elaine was a Zumba teacher at the Eat of the Stone room at the Albany Library, taught a Zumba class. But kids, students, Zumba is fun. It gets your body moving. Also, what about this way of teaching? Has anybody thought of this before? You have, let's say, 20 students in the class, but then you change the teacher. Instead of the same teacher in the same classroom, you've got the same students in the classroom, but you change the teacher. You know, once the next period, the students stay in the same chairs, the same desk that they've already, you know, coughed on or sneezed on, but just one person new comes in, that's a teacher. But if you do it how we've been doing for the past 50 years, you're bringing in 30 students here, 30 students here, 30 students here. Within 3 hours, you got 100 students. But the way I'm presenting is, if you have 3 periods, you've only changed 3 people. Has anybody thought of that? I don't know what style of teaching that is. Also, a few other things. Oh my gosh, that was 2 minutes so fast. Oh, geez. Sorry.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Erin Coyne.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I am a student at Albany High School, and I am so happy that the district is dedicated to supporting students in need of social and emotional learning. However, I'm really concerned about this time being mandatory. I already have 7 classes, and I'm very concerned about losing class time as a result of this, having all my classes crammed into the morning and delaying my lunch, which is important for maintaining energy levels throughout the day. I'm very fortunate to have my social needs met currently, and I realize that that is totally not the case for all. So please consider focusing your resources on those who currently need it most and not make this mandatory for those who do not. All this does is increase stress levels for me and add something else I need to go and do. I already feel maxed out by my time commitment, and with virtual learning, this doesn't really have much positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Jasper Urbis. You might be muted. We can't hear you.
There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Joel Irvis here. I'm really excited to see the hybrid model that allows the school doors start to open in a safe manner. I'm also really appreciative of the district's effort to maintain a robust remote-only option for all grades, even as it hopes to provide more in-person hours for students in the coming months. The desire for a remote-only option has broad support in Albany. The December survey showed that over 1/3 of families, covering a truly diverse set of families as measured by income levels, IEP-related needs, ethnicity, et cetera, were unlikely or very unlikely to send their children back to in-person learning. I'm not surprised. It's critical for the remote-only option is critical for families who need it for health reasons. Beyond that, though, I just wanted to offer a reminder that maintaining a strong remote option makes in-person easier. The more people who choose to stay in remote only makes it easier to accommodate more students for in-person learning. And then maintaining a remote option also provides a much needed infrastructure for when COVID exposure will require students and teachers and staff to quarantine at home, which is something that we have certainly seen for many schools that have reopened. There's always that kind of yo-yo effect where teachers and staff have to go back into all remote learning. And then lastly, I just want to thank the teachers, the staff, the board members for pouring their hearts and minds in these incredibly challenging issues. It's really amazing and to watch you all work. I'm very impressed by all the expertise you're bringing to this really complicated issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Chang Frank.
Hi, thank you. I'm the mother of a Albany Middle School sixth grader who's actually really enjoying his classes. I thank you very much, Principal Brill, for the great teachers and support. I also am a big fan of Frank Wells. So thank you all, the district and everything you've already done, and the board members for how much thought you put into this. I really appreciate some of the questions the board members have asked, specifically about the fact that the sixth grade actually can open earlier. And so that's something I strongly urge you all to explore and see if that's, possibility. In terms of my opinion about this plan, I would definitely urge you to vote to adopt the plan and see how it can be expanded or made more robust as the more data comes out about, our conditions with safety. And I also would like to strongly suggest moving towards looking into full reopening right now. I mean, we hear that it's going to take about 6 weeks to even do the hybrid plan. So how can we start working now to prepare for full return, especially when we're expecting to have teachers vaccinated? But I also want to represent not necessarily the opinions of a group of parents, but the sort of offering of a large group of Albany parents that are very happy to help teachers, district with everything around reopening. So whether it be, advocating for teacher vaccinations that are expedited, fundraising, parent volunteers to help with temperature checks. We did a call out just for a few volunteers to help with the research project to get more information on model schools that have reopened. And I got 5 volunteers right away. Just want to let you know that we are here for the district and the teachers, and that we want to be partners and help in any way we can. I think we sometimes don't know how, but now we sort of have this group that we can draw from. Thank you.
Thank you. Mateo Quinones.
Yeah, hi, this is Jill Nielsen, actually. I'm mother of an 8th grader at the middle school. I have also an elementary student at Cornell. And I just want to thank Trustee Boyd and Vice President Doss for voicing their concerns about the limited amount of in-person time that's included in the middle school plan. I think that many parents, when we were talking months ago about a hybrid option, assumed that a 2-day-a-week schedule would include 2 full days. And certainly I've come to accept that this is where we are now. But I feel that the messaging that's coming out from the school district might actually unintentionally dissuade some families from even participating in the in-person model. I think for the middle schoolers, we should have at least a firm commitment that our students will be able to have 2 days a week of their 90-minute social connection time. I also would encourage the district, if they're not able to reach an agreement with the ATA, to look at working with community-based organizations that are well-equipped to provide the social emotional learning and connection activities, and are great partners for us here in Albany. And want to echo also what the previous parent said, that we're here for you. We have a diverse and talented community here in Albany, so let us work together. Please involve parents to a greater extent than we've been allowed to be involved up until now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I just want to bring to your attention that we do have our epidemiologist, Dr. Kavita Trivedi, with us tonight, who wanted to comment and share a couple of slides about some factual information that she wanted to share with the community. I think she was, and I wanted just to put that out there. We have her as a rich resource.
All right, I'm gonna do 5 more public comments, and then we can, if in the meantime someone can make her a panelist, then she'll be able to share her slides. So next is Chloe.
I'm on the student leadership at the high school and I'm a senior. And I first just wanted to thank Ms. Brill, Mr. McNally, everyone that worked on this proposal. I think this in-person aspect could really benefit the student body. I just wanted to echo one of the previous speakers and point out the synchronous class times that have been reduced as a result of this new schedule for the high school. Now, I know that with Zoom fatigue, these shorter 60-minute class periods will generally help to relieve the immediate stress that the student body experiences. However, in our current virtual learning schedule, our synchronous class times have already been reduced to 2/3 of what we're used to in person, meaning that many students are faced with material that they have to learn on their own because their classes simply don't have enough time. In fact, in our recent student survey, the majority of students said that their workload was the hardest part of virtual learning. And I know I've consistently been learning parts of my curriculum on my own. And in this new schedule that was just proposed, our synchronous class times would be reduced even further. In order to fully support the mental health of the student body, I think a question we have to keep in mind is how to balance our students' short-term mental health with our long-term, and how class time length plays a role in this. Is it even possible for some teachers to adjust their curriculum, especially if we're talking about several year-long subjects like languages or AP classes that have the time pressures of AP exams in May? That's it. Thank you for listening, and I really appreciate all the work the board does.
Thank you. Zoe.
Hi, I'm Zoe O. I'm a senior at the high school and also on student leadership. I just wanted to say that I personally feel like the integration of an academy period sounds pretty promising, but I did want to respond to a statement made by I think Clementina Duran regarding what to do with that time from my perspective as a student about whether it's more worth to have these kind of like fun activities together or to have academics as a foundation. So I personally feel that having academic support be the foundation of this time is going to be much more productive, much more natural and more accurate to a school setting. I feel like in school, we typically don't bond over having these kinds of mandatory activities, but it's more about having the opportunity to really work with and collaborate with your peers, and also to subsequently build community in that way. So in the student survey that Chloe mentioned just now, a major response we had was that academic support has been much more difficult to get due to online being the only way to communicate with teachers. So I really feel that academic support should be one of the biggest priorities we have right now. But I think that providing teacher support in a classroom setting, those social emotional connections will really happen more genuinely. And I also feel like, especially with the pandemic, I don't know if it's just me, but my ability to handle, like very intense or hands-on social settings has actually been pretty diminished. So I kind of worry that students might feel overwhelmed with some of these activities suggested. So I don't know, I think this plan sounds pretty promising, but I really think that one of the most important steps to take will be to really evaluate and get strong feedback from students about what this time would be. Otherwise, I'm not really sure having this period will be as worth the transition that we'll have to make. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more, and then we will bring on our public health expert, Buddy Williams.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Principals Darren and Deborah for all of the work and spending so much time to try to make this work for everyone. And one small comment on the analysis paralysis is that keep in mind that parents know that this will be an experiment, and we're fine with it not being perfect. We're just really desperate to get our kids to any form of on-school teaching. And we think the middle school plan, as mentioned by plenty of parents, is not enough time on site, and other school districts are making it work with days per week on site, and we'd be fine with, if it's just outdoor play. So But I want to make the point that we're going to give a lot of passes this year because we know that it's a wild experiment, and you guys are trying the best you can. And so we appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Rumreich. I apologize. And you may still be muted.
Sorry. Thank you to all the staff and wonderful people working so hard for our students, and our second grade teacher, Miss Dunn, and my high school son's teachers. They've been magnificent. I think we should keep the remote learning for students who need it. And I think it's incredibly important to accept all students who are in school learning who are longing to be in class to support their mental health. A lot of students are struggling at home. So that's all I have. And thank you again.
Thank you. Debbie Rosenfeld Caparaz.
Hi. I want to thank everyone for their hard work to come up with a plan given all the challenges for middle school and high school. As a parent of an 8th and 12th grader, I want to express that the limited campus time will not provide enough social, emotional, and academic support benefits. I'm also concerned about the reduction in instructional minutes at the high school, especially given AP classes. If conditions improve, I encourage exploring options for in-person instruction in the hybrid or full in-person instructional model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there she is.
No, I want to make sure they can hear me. I was also nervous.
We can, Dr. Trivedi, did you want to share your screen too?
Yes.
Let me know if you're not able to.
Yes. Thanks. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Great. So I just prepared this little presentation because Clementina Duran asked me to talk about risks specifically related to 12 to 17-year-olds. So that was my intention when I put together this presentation. And it may have been better situated earlier on in this discussion now that we're more into the weeds about the actual schedule. So I'll try to go through it relatively quickly. So here is a graph from the CDC showing incidence rates among 12 to 17-year-olds and 5 to 11-year-olds. So the 12 to 17-year-olds is the dashed line, and the dotted line below is 5 to 11-year-olds. So you can see that rates are certainly higher in the 12 to 17-year-old age group for COVID from March to through September. This is also reflected in the percent positivity in terms of testing. Older children are more often tested and are more often positive as well. We also know, I think I've spoken about this months ago, maybe last year, about COVID-19 physiologic differences by age, that younger children have sometimes higher amounts of viral RNA than older children, yet they seem to have lower infection rates. And this may be due to the fact that more younger children are exposed to various coronaviruses that cause the common cold and therefore may have some partial immunity against this particular coronavirus. Also, that younger children have fewer ACE2 receptors, which is the receptor that the virus goes towards and is then taken up into cells. So there may be physiologic reasons for why younger children, the elementary school children, don't have as much infection as slightly older children. So now I wanted to talk about the science around reopening K through 12 schools in various parts of the country. And we have three case studies, if you will, 3 different states in the country that have opened and what we've learned from their opening experiences. So in Wisconsin, they opened K through 12 schools in a number of counties in Wisconsin last year. they had 49, almost 5,000 students, 650 teachers, and they followed this group for 3 months. The class sizes were up to 20 students. And the majority of these students actually were middle school and high school students. They only noted 7 school-based transmission episodes in the entire 3 months of being back in school. And notably, they had no student-to-teacher transmission. So there was not a single case of a student infecting a teacher. What they also noted, and this specifically talks about the age group that we are talking about, and I misprinted here, but 2 of the 7 cases were in grades 7 through 12. So most of the cases were actually in elementary aged children. So what they noted here was that school-based transmission was actually 37% lower than in the surrounding community. So this is where this data really is very, very strong. If you look at the black line, you see that community rates of infection in Wisconsin during the period that these schools were open were relatively high, at least at one point in November. And if you see the small dotted line, you can't see my pointer, I don't think, but the small dotted line below is the school transmission. So despite rates being going up in August through November and then being quite high compared to other time points in this study period, you'll note that the school-based transmission rates were very, very low during the same time period, even when community rates were high. And originally in this pandemic, we did think that if community rates were high, they would eventually come into the school system. And we did not see that certainly in this situation. And we didn't see that in the other ones I'm going to mention either. North Carolina also implemented a very robust program there, also in a similar time frame, where they had 90,000 students, 10,000 teachers, K through 12. Again, a majority of these students were also in the middle school, high school range. And what they did was, this was done in about 11 districts in North Carolina. So this was not just one school district, this was many. And they implemented this very robust strategy of the 3 W's. The 3 W's were wearing your mask, waiting 6 feet, and washing your hands. This was kind of the mantra at these 11 within these 11 districts. And what they noted is during this time period, the community daily case rates were actually quite high, where there were over 29 cases per 100,000 persons. And they focused on wearing masks. And I know somebody earlier on in this conversation today said, oh, we can't just wear masks and get back to business. Well, what this school district or these school districts did is they did just that. They actually did focus on wearing masks, and they had 99% compliance with students and with teachers. And they only over this 3 to 4 month period only had 32 in-school transmission episodes. And what's again notable here, they had 0 student to teacher transmissions. The middle school and high school rates were very similar to K through 6. And they only had 3 outbreaks during this time period. And all 3 outbreaks actually occurred in younger age groups. They had one in the pre-K, and they noted that masks were not being worn properly. And so they just made sure to confirm wearing masks with the pre-K group. And then they also noted 2 outbreaks with special needs children, children that had difficulty wearing face masks, and they added face shields. So this also shows us that we can have low school transmission rates during times of high community transmission. The last 2 I just want to mention quickly is something that another parent had noted earlier about Marin County schools. Marin County School District has been in session since September 8th. They now have accumulated a lot of data over the last few months about being back in school. They have accumulated almost 1 million student days. They've had 0 student to adult transmissions. They have had 3 adult to adult transmissions, 2 adult to student transmissions, and 5 student to student transmissions, but a total of 10 in-school transmission episodes, which is extremely low for this time period. And what's really notable here is that most all of their elementary schools are now open. Most all of their middle schools are now open. They only have 5 of their 17 high schools that are open, but they plan to open the next 5 next week. And they are planning to have all of them open after spring break. And then for me, as an epidemiologist, this is the study that really pushed me to understand and believe that schools are probably the safest place for our children. That this was a study done in Mississippi, September through November, where they compared children who tested negative for SARS-CoV-2 versus children who tested positive. And what they found were children who tested positive were more likely to have attended gatherings outside of their households. They were more likely to have activities with other children, and they were more likely to have had visitors in their households. They were not more likely to attend school or childcare in person. So in fact, in this study, what they found is that there was a protective effect of children going to school. That was protective in this study. And that when you allow parents and families to implement infection prevention measures outside of the school setting, it's done differently and haphazardly, and that's when we get cases. Children are actually safest in our schools, and that goes for middle schools and high schools. So I just wanted to emphasize protective measures, and I think I've talked about this before with this group, that it's very important for all of us, teachers, staff, and students, and parents, to implement all of these different protective infection prevention measures. These are non-pharmacologic interventions that we know work. The concept I like to talk about is the concept of Swiss cheese, that we want to line up many slices of Swiss cheese between us and the virus. There are holes in the slices of Swiss cheese, but we don't want any of the holes to line up so the virus can actually be transmitted to us. So the things that we want to talk about here is staying home if you're sick or exposed. This is going to be really important when we open all of our schools up. Wearing a proper face covering, maintaining that physical distance, and keeping our hands clean. And then for our teens, really focusing on avoiding social gatherings and trying not to go indoors with other friends. And then I'll just comment quickly on this. Vaccines are on the horizon, but all of the data I've just showed you is all data without any vaccines. So we know we can do this well, actually, without vaccines. When we add vaccines, that adds yet another layer of Swiss cheese that makes this argument so much stronger, too. On the behalf of healthcare providers, we see the significant ongoing harm from lack of in-person education. We know right here in Children's Hospital Oakland, we have a doubling in 10 to 17-year-olds presenting to the ER with recent thoughts of suicide. We heard a parent talk about it earlier today in the board meeting, which is just heartbreaking. We have a doubling of teen overdoses requiring hospitalization. We have significant increases in anxiety, depression, eating disorders, and social detachment. So we know there is truly a mental health crisis in our community right here, happening right now. We also have well-documented academic slides, despite the heroic efforts of all of our educators. And we need to acknowledge the mental health of teachers as well, that it would be improved if we went back to school. So I'll just leave you with that and say we have a lot of science to back up opening not only the elementary schools, but also the middle and high schools, and schools may actually be the safest place for all of our children. Thanks.
Thank you. So our board meeting was supposed to end at 10:20. So we do need, and we still have an hour and 40 minutes of other agenda items. So we can finish this one before we do a motion to extend, but I just want to note that we'll have to do that in case I forget immediately after this item. So there were 2 questions from the public that I just want to ask the staff to respond to, and then I want the board to see if we can make a decision. One was to respond for the high school about the concern about reducing the instructional minutes from 80 to 60 minutes for each class, and whether that would cause additional stress or put more of a burden on students to figure out some of that material on their own, or how can we sort of be assured that that won't have some unforeseen consequences on the students as they and the teachers as they try to cover the material in far fewer minutes going forward. And then I guess maybe you can answer both of these at the same time. The second one is just the concern about adding another requirement, and it doesn't go on their transcript, it's not graded, but it is a required piece of attendance. And can you maybe respond to some of the concerns about that also making students more stressed out?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple pieces, and I'll just try to address them kind of piecemeal. I mean, one thing that's interesting to me is that when we first started, the biggest complaint I had is that we had too much instructional time. So it is interesting to see that now kind of flipped around to a concern that we will not have enough. To the question, we will have to, of course, have an expectation of changes in what teachers will expect of students as far as time and class time commitments. This is still consistent with the minimum requirements that are in the ATA MOU as far as those kinds of things. And I would say that our teachers now have a year of experience with modifying their expectations to meet, the changing circumstances. So I do think that would be a part of the process. The other piece I would add is that we're still keeping to a maximum of 4 hours a day, or that 4 hour requirement. That is still less than what we have during in-person school, in which we have to average 6 hours a day of school. So we're still not even coming close to the amount of quote unquote school that we would have during in-person. And all of our schedules have us starting no earlier than 9 o'clock and ending no later than I think 3:55, 4 o'clock. So we're still actually hewing to a shorter school day than we have for in-person learning as well. As far as the concerns about this maybe being more, I think it's the tension there, of course, is if we've identified that we have real needs around social emotional learning. And I think we have to make a point to address those, even if at first blush, it feels like it might feel unnecessary for some students. If that's something that we feel is a priority, then we need to meet that priority. And then we also, of course, have the instructional minutes requirements from the state that we need to follow as well.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're being asked to approve this plan for both the middle school and the high school. There have been a lot of different threads and questions and comments, so I don't yet have a sense of where the board as a whole is going. So maybe we can do one more round of where people are feeling about approving this plan as it is, or proposing modifications. I'm opening it up to the board. Vice President Doss.
Yes, so in terms of the plan, I'd like to see you don't want me to talk right now. Okay, sorry. I'd like to see an increase to the time because we just heard from the epidemiologist that it's safer for kids to be in school, and I want our kids to be safe. So I'd like to see an increase in time so that the kids can be as safe as possible. And then I'd like to propose a change of an increase in time. The increase in time can be, we can agree on that as a board. I don't have a specific time in mind. I just would like to see the time increase. And then I'd like to propose that 6th grade start when 5th grade starts versus starting when 7th, 8th grade starts. And my reasoning with that is that the 6th graders have never been to the middle school before. They've never experienced it. They've never gotten an opportunity to be there. It's going to be easier for the 7th and 8th graders to integrate once they get there because they were already there. The 6th graders, I think, will need more time, so I think they should be there first. So that is those are my two proposals. If we can somehow work those in to what we have in place, then I'd be willing to vote yes on this. And with that, I am going to work on this. Thanks for being reasonable.
So I'm going to go around and just get a sense from each board member. Trustee Duran, your thoughts.
Okay. I absolutely recognize that secondary is much more difficult because of the way our schools are set up, the kinds of scheduling that is required, et cetera. So, you know, at this point, honestly, what I'm leaning towards is that I would approve this plan that gets kids in the secondary back for an hour to 3 hours. But a couple of caveats. One is that that the board move towards having a much more, well, that we move towards a calendar where this is only the first step in getting our kids back to school. And the second step, given once again the complexities, is that we focus on returning to full in-person instruction at the secondary as soon as it is feasible. And you know, the board can go into details later about really being explicit about that. That is one thing parents have asked us to be as explicit as possible. And my second point is that I think 6th grade needs to be treated differently. It's treated differently at outside of Albany. And I think, like I had said earlier, given the circumstances, that we need to look at 6th graders different. And I appreciate the comment by Vice President Doss that, in fact, those kids have not been on campus at the 6th graders. So what do they know? Except what we tell them. And so I think that I would like to see 6th graders come on ASAP in a different way. So that's the part of the plan that I would say we need an amendment to.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Where I am right now would be to approve some version of these plans tonight to move forward as quickly and efficiently as we can with getting students some time on campus. I also appreciate Vice President Doss's suggestion about the 6th grade. I don't want to suggest a change to the plan that is going to be more complicated to implement than is possible. So, you know, I don't want to pretend to be an expert on the plan that the middle school committee or task force came up with. But for reasons that I've already said, I think it would be a worthwhile improvement to make to that plan if possible. And I also, if we do approve these plans tonight, I would like there to be some sort of a specified date where we are assessing the success of the program, but also getting more hours or more of a move toward in-person instruction. That's you know, if not full-time, then more than this. I like if this is a stepping stone to something else, then I think of it differently than if this is kind of what we have. And I think that at least a number of families feel the same way. So I'd like there to be some sort of a firm date where we could be providing additional hours to families.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
I think my thoughts are going to line up with what's just been said. We all want to get the kids back. We all want to offer more hours. Looking at the timeline of this for implementation and the end of this school year and all of those moving factors, I think I would approve it with the understanding that there's a goal to get more hours. I don't know if that could be that we open up some outdoor lunch pods where teachers are facilitating that, or we shift our morning schedule to having longer passing periods so kids could come to school for PE. I had a question for how many interdistrict transfers we have. I know that's not feasible for them to get back and forth all the time. But I also would really stress that we have a check-in date so that we can assess how this is working, and we start setting some timelines on if we approve this to get started and get going. We make it very clear to the community that this is a first stepping stone that has been worked on and is going to be added to get to the next one.
Great, thank you. So I'll say what my own thoughts are and then try to synthesize this into a path forward. So I also, my hope is that as we get things happening, that creates a sense of safety and progress, and we'll be able to build on that. And so I would also want to approve these plans tonight as they're structured, but I have some of the same caveats as others around a reassessment, a plan for reassessing when we could add more, a desire to bring sixth grade back earlier, particularly given that I think it's possible that there will be a long gap between when we're able to bring K through 6 back and when we're able to bring 7 through 12 back. And that's a missed opportunity to get those sixth graders that time. The other thing I would add that nobody else, that others brought up earlier is, it just completely flew out of my head. Oh, the concern about the capacity. If we have more people opt in than we currently think we have capacity for, I really want to push us, particularly in the middle school, to make sure we can offer those 2 days. So I really want us to be able to be in conversation as we get that data and start getting that data sooner rather than later, so that we can understand what those constraints are. And as a caller, I think, brought up, to assure families when they pick that it's 2 days, just for that consistency. So I think our options are, we approve the plan as it's structured, because the plan itself actually doesn't have a timeline. And then we add some staff directions. So one would be a date for having an agendized item where we review the plans, review how it's been going, review where we're at with public health metrics and so forth, perhaps at the end of March, beginning of April, depending on when this gets implemented. And then we can reassess the ability to expand what we're offering. And I think that includes the same concerns that other board members brought up about figuring out how to expand this and have a vision for how we get to full in-person at the very latest by the fall. And so I think that could be a motion to approve the plan and a set of staff directions that go along with that motion, around reassessing, bringing sixth grade back before 7th and 8th grade. Yeah, I think I've captured, I don't know if anyone thinks I've missed what they brought up, but that's what I heard from the will of the board.
Madam Chair.
Vice President,
Hinckley, just want to illuminate a point that I think most get it, but I want to reiterate it because it's so big. The middle school and high school can't even start the process unless the plan is approved. And if it's not approved tonight, it means they start all over, going back to the board, hence creating a greater delay and opening schools soon. So opening schools soon will not be a reality because of that. And I just wanted the board to know that impact.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing from the board is a readiness to approve the plan tonight with these caveats. Vice President Doss.
I want to, I don't know. I'm going to try and say it the best way I can. I understand what was said, that we need to approve it tonight. If we don't approve it tonight, it's going to slow things down. I think that it's important for the board to deliberate and not feel pressure to rush to approve a plan, because at the end of the day, it is the board who will be held responsible if the plan doesn't work, if it doesn't work well, if it doesn't serve all the students that we're responsible for, which is all the students, not the majority, not the privileged, not the ones that are doing well, not the ones that aren't doing well. We're responsible for all of them. I understand the importance of approving the plan tonight to move things forward quickly. But no matter how fast we move forward quickly tonight, there still are other barriers stopping schools from opening that we have to kind of figure out. So I think it's important for us to take the time to make sure that this is the best plan that it can be. And I don't want to feel like you have to approve it tonight, or you're just kind of dismantling the whole thing. I don't think that any board member has said that you have to scrap this and go back to the drawing board. I don't think anybody said that. I would like to see more time, but I'm only one board member, so maybe I'll vote it 4-1, which happens sometimes, and it is what it is. I'd like to see more time. So maybe that can just be something that you guys work on as you go back and you're going through the 6 weeks or 4 weeks to kind of implement this. Maybe you find ways in pockets to increase the time. Maybe you take all the inter-district transfers and say, hey, we know that your parents can't drive you because they might be working. So for you, we have this program where you can come to school in the morning and stay all day socially distant and safe, so that your parents don't have to try and take off work to bring you 2 cities over or a city over to the school. I know you guys are working on that stuff, but I'd like for it to be somewhere within the plan so that we know it's happening, and so that the community knows it's happening. And the other thing I just wanted to say is that I'd like for PE to be something else that's being worked on. Maybe it doesn't work for the schedule. Maybe the logistics, we can't figure it out. But I'd like to at least see it as something that's being worked on, because I think that that's part of like keeping our kids healthy and getting them out running around and stuff, sitting in front of the computer for hours and not being able to like go out and do stuff. I think it's having an effect, health-wise too. So if we can incorporate some of that into the plan as we vote, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are open for motions or additional comments. Trustee Duran.
Thank you. I want to be sure we're real clear about really thinking of this as the secondary plan as opposed to elementary, which I think, I'm going to bring up later at the end of the meeting for another agenda item. But this is secondary, and I do understand secondary. I mean, I was a principal of a junior high, which was 7th through 9th grade. And I know how complicated, and it's not so simple to develop a schedule. And I really did listen to the principals tonight. So I don't mind going forward with this plan at this time, but with the understanding that, as I said, we would definitely look at the 6th grade program and make a revision. I mean, so that everybody understands, be it part of an MOU or however it rolls out, that the 6th grade plan is going to be different. And then second, in terms of the time and giving kids more time, I feel that if the board has a more aggressive program, that if we say that we look at a calendar and say, if the dominoes fall right in terms of safety issues, that we're going to have an aggressive plan to get all our kids back in school full time, in person, all day long, regular, back to pre-COVID this spring, so that we are not thinking about, because my concern about doing a hybrid and then adding a couple more hours of hybrid, to me, that's just, tinkering around the edges. And I think we really do need to commit to really trying to get all our kids back in school. That is the goal. I think adding an hour or two incrementally is not good for the kids and or for the staff. So I'm hoping that we as a school board will be bold and will be willing to set up a clear program, a clear calendar, so that staff knows, our labor partners know, and parents know that this is our plan, and things may happen to change that plan, but this is where we're headed, and this is what it'll look like, and this is what you can tell your kids. So hopefully they'll feel better about, yes, they are going back to school sooner than later, based on not only our hope, but what the scientific and medical experts are telling us we can do.
So I'm still ready for a motion or other comments.
Can I? So I'm just thinking this through. We've been hearing from our community a lot about the need to have both models continue, and this seems to do that. But I really hear what Vice President Doss is saying, and all of us have kind of been saying that we would really like to see more hours. And if Trustee Duran is saying, we want to make maybe a goal or an aggressive stance of getting everyone back full time by this spring, but still being mindful that some people will want the remote only for the rest of this year. That's a lot of pieces for us to balance. But I wonder if one compromise we could just make right now is just asking to really see right now, because there still is time before we're even saying we can implement this, to see a little bit more time in person for those who opt into it become available. And so I guess if I was going to make a motion, I would make a motion to say that I would approve this plan, but I would want to see an increase in the amount of in-person time. And I would also want to check in within, 30 academic days of the plan being in place to assess how that is working. And we can work on that or adjust it as needed, but that's just my thought right now.
So I do hear, I hear the desire that people are expressing for more time. I want us to be realistic about what that really means, right? So we have high school kids who have a schedule that is complex. We have transmission rates at high school grades that are higher than in other grades. And we have students entering finals and AP exams and a lot of other complicated things toward the end of this semester. And so I don't want us as a board to set for ourselves expectations that cannot be met because of the physical limitations of putting putting 1,200 high schoolers into a school all at once together in the next 4 months. That seems like perhaps derailing what is possible in order to achieve something that is not possible. And I remember the quote from earlier in the meeting about what is, impossible being a challenge, but I think we also need to understand that there are scientific and public health realities that we're grappling with. So my concern is that, you know, we had sort of some momentum toward approving the plan as it's structured, with a goal of having those kinds of incremental changes that Trustee Duran, you know, is saying we'd prefer a wholesale change, right? I'm concerned about pushing back our conversations, you know, with our labor partners, if we don't have a secondary model that we're asking them to help us implement. I'm concerned about, you know, if we're pushing that back another 2 weeks and another 2 weeks, then that clock of the 6 weeks starts after that. And I really want us to be able to get some kids on campus as soon as possible. And I want us to have that positive message to the community about where everyone is working as hard as they can to get kids back on campus. But I think I don't feel comfortable making a commitment to the community that I'm going to try to get high schoolers full-time in person this year, because I don't think it's physically possible. And I think it's a commitment that is disingenuous for me to make to the public, unless things change dramatically. Simply getting 1,200 students in a school and meeting any of the criteria that we expect to need to be able to meet does not seem likely to me. So I guess, you know, my hope is that we can allow our staff to move forward, allow our bargaining teams to move forward, understanding the structure, the basic structure of this plan, and that the goals that we ask the district to pursue are realistic ones, which is bringing the sixth grade back earlier, which we know we would be able to do at least under the public health criteria, even though we still have other things to figure out. Figuring out whether we can expand some of the time or shift the time, the way the time is spent, in response to how students are doing with it. If we have more teachers who are able to come back, adding some more time. But I guess I'm concerned about us postponing approval of this plan much longer. We have, you know, been talking about it for almost 3 hours as a board. So I don't think this is a hasty decision. But I am still hopeful that we can allow this plan to be adopted and get our staff working on figuring out how to make it happen as soon as possible. Yeah, Vice President.
I think you make a really good point, President Hinckley. It makes a lot of sense. Based on what you just said, I think that these two plans should have been presented. I think that the middle school and the high school should have been presented separately, based on what you said, because they present different challenges. It's a different set of students. I think I said that earlier. But in the interest of time, because I think even if we talk about this for another hour and 15 minutes, we're going to end up just voting on this anyway. So in the interest of time, I move that we approve the plan presented with the two amended changes of the sixth graders coming back when the fifth graders come back, and a plan for our interdistrict transfers and our students that have travel need issues be worked out.
Second.
Can we wait one quick sec? Can we just add in a check-in timeline on that as well?
Along with the check-in timeline, a specific date to be given to the board, but that date can be determined by staff.
Maybe a number of weeks after we begin, we could just set that so the date can be contingent on when we begin the instruction in person.
My understanding was that based on the presentation that they could be ready in 6 weeks, which would be March 29th. So if we could have that date of March 29th for the secondary to begin to roll out this program that day. for the students. But my second question is, I don't understand, Vice President Das, what you're talking about in terms of the students that are not close by, or are students that are transfer students. What you mean?
Oh, sure. Let me clarify. I'll just use myself as an example. I live walking distance to the middle school, and I work from home. So I can just log off of my computer and walk my kid to school, and then work from the park and then pick her up after the 2 hours. But if I lived in Richmond, I couldn't do that. So I'd like for us to be strategic with students that might not have the ability to just walk over to the middle school for a couple hours and then walk home. So I'd like to have a plan in place for those students so that the plan doesn't only cater to a certain demographic.
What, can I ask what you're envisioning the district would be able to do? Are you meaning figure out how to help people to carpool, or?
Well, not really carpool, right? Because we're not really supposed to carpool, but I mean, I don't know exactly what that would look like. I just want the thought to be included in the preparation, the 6-week preparation process, to also be thinking about how do we help those students? Can we have a hub for those students where they're there longer periods of time because it's harder for them to get there? That would be less students, so they could be more spaced out. They could be, set up in a way that's safe. Maybe we can have testing for those students because they're going to be there all day. I don't know exactly what it would look like, but I just want thinking about those students to be included in this plan that we're approving. Because currently, this plan only works for people who live close to the school and whose parents are available. Sorry.
That's okay. Can I make a suggestion, which is something a parent had suggested about something related, which is that when we ask for families to commit to one option or the other, that we also ask them, are there barriers that you're facing to coming in person and doing that if you are interested? And then we use that information to figure out how to, whether we can support those or not. I think it's also just useful information in general for us to know that there are families who may be interested in doing in person, but it's logistically challenging. So it's not a safety issue for them, but a logistical one. And I do think it's helpful for us to understand what's driving families to make one choice or another. So how about if we incorporate it into the process of information gathering from families, and then we can explore what we are not able to offer people. So what we have on the floor is a motion to approve this plan with the direction to bring 6th grade back earlier, to do a reassessment, to ask for staff to bring us an assessment of the plan, let's say 4 weeks after it is begun, after in-person begins. And that is our motion.
I'll second.
I would like to ask if we can add that to make it very clear that instruction would begin no later than March 29th. And
the challenge with doing that is we may not be able to do it by then.
Well, no, but the point is that we have to be really clear that, because otherwise we'll keep pushing that date back and pushing it back and, have all these other considerations. So we need to have a very clear plan about what we're talking about. And then if things come up and the principals tell us, there's this massive scheduling something or other that came up and it's going to push it back one more week, well, that's fine. But if we don't make it really clear now as to when we'd like this to begin, then we may not move on this till after the spring break. Sure, why not? It makes more sense to move it after the spring break. I want to say again, Our house is on fire. Our schools are on fire, and we need to do something for the kids. And whether it's part of this motion or not, I would like it to be that our goal, I don't think it's disingenuous at all to have a goal to return all our kids to school. The only thing that's disingenuous is when we do not listen to the science and medical people. And Dr. Trivedi tonight presented all this data that shows it is being done. High schoolers have been brought back, not only here across the bay, but across the United States. It has happened already, and there is no reason why Albany cannot say, yes, we want to be part of that, and not to present something that is impossible. It is very impossible. It's already proven.
Also, to add to that really quickly, just as motivation, if your reopening plan is scheduled to reopen before March 31st, it moves all the teachers in your district up on the vaccination list. If your plan to reopen is after March 31st, it moves all the teachers in your district to a later date on the priority list of vaccinations. So there's another motivation that, you know, we indeed want to put our teachers in a great position.
Could we instead change this, like President Hinckley said, setting a specific date might not be feasible just because of county health guidelines? Could we set it to then not necessarily a specific date, but still instructive knowledge that's more broad, where it's something like as soon as like feasible given health regulations? I think that would achieve the same effect.
I mean, I guess I would like a date. So I'm going to stick with the March 29th for the motion. If it gets voted down and we do something different, I'm okay with that. Also in the motion that I presented, my motion wanted to see sixth graders come back when fifth graders come back. So I just wanted to make sure that was, I didn't want that to get kind of lost in the bunch. But with that, I'm ready to move forward with, I think we're pretty clear.
Madam Chair, point of clarification, if we can repeat the motion, it has evolved into something that is not clear, and as staff, we need to have clarity, coupled with another point of clarification that we can't disregard the law. I heard that we're going to have a date, and if it's a date as a goal, that's one thing, but if it's a date as a matter of fact, remember, the matter of fact wouldn't apply because we have another requirement, and it's law abiding, and that is an agreement with our teachers union. And so wanted folks to have that notation.
Okay. Sorry. I'm going to read the motion as I understand it. We have a motion on the floor to approve the proposed secondary reopening plans, AMS and AHS, as presented. The board wants sixth grade to come back when fifth grade comes back. We want a goal of a target date for secondary reopening of March 29th, with the understanding that we are subject to the county guidelines that we must have been in the red tier for 5 days and have an agreement with our labor partners. And we have a second.
And we will check back in after 4 weeks of the plan starting.
Okay, I'm going to read the whole thing again. We have a motion on the floor to approve the secondary hybrid plans as presented tonight with the following additions. Sixth grade will be brought back when fifth grade is brought back. A goal for secondary 7th through 12th grade in person of March 29th, or whenever we meet the red tier for 5 days public health criteria. And staff will report after 4 weeks of in person with a reassessment and plan for the rest of the spring.
And Madam President, you had at the earlier an agreement with ATA as required.
Yes. I mean, yes. The public health criteria and ATA agreement are required. So whether we move or not, they are criteria for in-person. So that is the motion, and Student Board Member Corzo Clark had seconded.
Madam Chair, just want to be clarification. You left out the IDTs. I just want to make sure that was not included, because in the original motion, Vice President Doss referenced the IDTs. So is he?
Yeah, I'm going to do a staff direction after the motion and rephrase what I phrased before.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Student Board Member Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Board Member Mala.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Was that everybody? Sorry.
That's everyone.
Very late. Great. So the motion passes unanimously. We also want to make a direction to staff when they are asking families for their preferences, to identify the reasons why families make their choices. I know Assistant Superintendent Williams has done our robust survey, so we have things to build on, but I think it's really important for us to understand why families may opt in and whether there are obstacles to opting in that we can help resolve for them, whether it's transportation or childcare or other issues. Great. So yes, Vice President Doss, we do need to extend this meeting. Is this related to this item, or?
It's related to this item. I just, one suggestion that I had that I think would be beneficial is if we could rename the survey that we send out, because I think that when a parent sees survey, they feel like it's something that they can skip. Like, oh, I don't really feel like filling out a survey. So we could rename it to like opt-in form or something, like call it something so where parents can see it and say, okay, that's important, I need to fill that out, versus, I mean, sometimes people will, they might skip over a survey, but we want every parent to fill this out as quickly as possible. So if we could rename it, that'd be
great. So I really want to thank Principal McNally and Principal Brill, because you've already done a ton of work, and now I think we've just given you a lot more work to do, and we really appreciate it. And it's super late. And just thanks for all your hard work in answering all of our questions. It's very exciting to think about moving forward on these. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we have a decision to make here, or I may need staff's help to make it, because we still have several items. So our bylaws now allow us to do one extension of up to an hour. So I'd like to get a motion to extend the meeting and then discuss what else we're going to be able to finish in this agenda. So if I could get a motion, and then
I move that we extend the meeting for 1 hour until 12 midnight with 7 minutes extra. 12:07.
Second.
I'll second. Okay, good.
Student Board Member Malau,
Yes.
Student Board Member Corzo Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Great. So the items we have left are 2 small contracts. We have the Marin redesign, which is scheduled for 30 minutes, and then we have the governor's budget proposal. I believe the governor's budget proposal does not have to be done tonight if we don't get to that, but the other 3 items we really do need to approve tonight to move forward, or at least decide on them. Superintendent Wells, were you gonna?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can aid in the process by giving you a super abbreviated version of the remaining items, if that's okay with the board. And so staff knows how to do that. They know how to convert a 30-minute to 5 minutes. Then we would have to limit the questions. Heck, we only have an hour anyway. So if people can be conscious of, we're trying to do it expeditiously, and then only ask the essential questions that are necessary, we're convinced we can do this. Even the budget, Jackie can turn a 30-minute presentation to 5 and just hit the high notes, if you will. If you're okay with that, Madam Chair.
That'd be great. Yeah, we can turn a 30-minute agenda item into a 4-hour one. So we are all magical people. All right. So we are now going to move to item 12-2, amendment to the agreement for design build services for Marin.
Coming up, we have our chief construction manager. As you guys know him as Juan. And so he's going to give a 5-minute overview because we already had review and discussion last time, but he's going to hit the highlights. And we're going to time him starting now. I pass this over to Juan.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells, President Hinckley, members of the board, and the Albany community. I am going to present some information on the Marin rebuild project. At the last meeting, we did present some background on the same item, and you heard from the constituents at that time as well. Tonight, there is an action item being presented for your consideration. This action item involves a new site design for the Marin campus. Previously, a design had been prepared and submitted to the Division of State Architect, DSA, which we're calling for this discussion Exhibit A, which was also presented at the last meeting. And as we previously discussed over the last 3 months, our team, as directed by the district, has been developing alternate site designs that significantly improve the outdoor play areas, sight lines, supervision, etc., which we called Exhibit B and has been presented. This previous design had the new buildings clustered on the south half of the campus, which didn't create the ideal layout, but it did meet the original budget constraint. In addition to a better site layout, the new design includes 4 additional classroom spaces, which previously were portables, planned to remain on the site along Marin Avenue. The proposed design would have 26 classroom spaces, 2 of those dedicated to before and after care, 1 to science, and 1 to intervention. So that leaves 22 classrooms for general education, which translates into an enrollment capacity of 582 in that scenario. The previous design had the same number of classroom spaces. This process to develop the new concept took place over the last 3 months. It included 3 meetings with the Marin Stakeholder Committee. This committee includes Marin teachers and staff, district administrators, and 4 community members who represent the Environmental Action Plan Committee. All members of this committee were invited to these 3 meetings. and these meetings had good attendance. The outcome of these meetings is that all participants were able to share input, share their priorities and their concerns. In the end, there was a strong consensus that option 3, which is what we're calling it, Exhibit B, is the preferred option. And that is what's being presented tonight for your consideration. The proposed option 3 would have an additional cost of approximately $5 million and would be built in 2 phases. In terms of potential funding, the district currently has applied for funds from the state's Facility Hardship Program related to seismic. And if approved, this could provide $4 to $6 million. You might be wondering, what is the likelihood that we receive these funds? I think it has a high likelihood, and this is why. The specific program is currently funded, and these funds cannot be diverted to another purpose. If approved, a facility hardship project goes to the front of the line for funding. That's the way the regulation is written. And for context, in 2020, I worked on 5 facility hardship applications for 3 school districts. All 5 were funded, including one for Albany Unified. So if approved, your application would be funded in the December 2021 timeframe. So the project being proposed tonight has a phase 1 that includes construction of the 2 new classroom buildings, which include 24 new classroom spaces, the demolition of existing construction that needs to be removed for the new construction, the utilities for the new buildings, and also to keep the existing buildings up and running, and the necessary site work to make this happen. Phase 2, which would be a future board action item, would include the seismic upgrade and the full modernization of the 3 existing pods that remain, and the complete site improvements package. So if the funding, we're gonna look at 2 scenarios. The first one, if the funding is approved, the timeline is fairly straightforward. There would be a design process that would begin now and go through April with, I believe, 4 or 5 scheduled stakeholder committee meetings to continue the input process. Then the DSA review period would be from June to about September of 2021. The team would begin demolition and site work in the summer, which is permitted by DSA prior to approval of the plans. In other words, we don't need DSA approval to do demolition and site work, and it's a common practice to get a jump on the schedule. So construction of the 2 new buildings and the site work associated with that would take place between October 2021 and reach a substantial completion milestone December 2022. And in this scenario where the funding does come through, the phase 2 work, which is the seismic work and the complete site improvements, would begin February 2022 and also be complete by December of 2022. The reason that would be the start date for that phase is this is based on the funds coming in about December of 2021. In scenario 2, where the state funding is not approved or does not materialize, then the phase 1 work, the 2 new buildings, site work, and the seismic only would proceed. And what would not proceed would be the full modernization of the other spaces to remain and the full site work improvements package. That timeline would also begin with a design period of approximately February through April of this year, DSA review, June to September beginning demolition this summer and also being complete with construction between October 2021 and finish December of 2022. So in the scenario where the funding is not approved, we would be able to complete the seismic work at the existing pods that do remain, and it's 3 pods right in the center of the campus. This would require that work be repackaged, meaning the set of drawings be modified, as there are currently other modifications to those spaces included in the drawings. So we'd have to, I call it repackage the drawings to show just the seismic improvements, the seismic upgrades. And as a reference point, the seismic upgrade work in the existing MPR and the 5th grade wing at Ocean View, which is comparable to what we would be doing at Marin in terms of the size. I think they're both about 11,000 square feet. And the same level of upgrade is anticipated. The cost for the seismic upgrade at Ocean View is a little bit less than $500,000. Marin could be different, but it is the same vintage and the same construction type in terms of the structural work. So we would expect to draw on the project contingency to accomplish this, but it would not use up the whole contingency or a major portion of it. In addition, the builder has committed to helping us manage this cost so that the overall project budget is not exceeded. And I want to point out that we were able to complete the Albany High School addition with Alton safely within that budget. And I would expect them to have the same approach here on Marin. This item would come back to the board for approval of the construction phase after we get DSA approval of the new plans that would include the seismic work. And I anticipate that would be in the September, October timeframe. So the action item tonight would approve moving the project in this direction of the proposed option 3. Understanding the state funding is not guaranteed, but it is high likelihood in my assessment. It would approve an amount of $849,817 for the next design phase. And I believe this proposal delivers exceptional value to the district, and it's focused on students and teachers as the real focus has been the classrooms themselves. So that is my 5-minute version of this item update, and I'd be happy to help answer questions or listen to comment.
That was 12.
Sorry, Dr. Wells.
Thank you so much. I will just note there has been a lot of board questions and really helpful answers coming from you and other people in the district. So I think there's been a lot of work done to flesh out these details. So hopefully much of that will help us focus our discussion tonight. But I want to ask if board members have questions remaining. And this is the second time this has come before the board. Oh, sorry. Trustee Duran.
Okay. Yeah, I asked a lot of questions prior, but sometimes I don't feel they're answered completely or whatever. So I definitely have some questions, and Juan may be able to answer these, and maybe some other people as well. How many questions can I ask? I have at least 3, maybe 4. Should I just go for it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First one, speaking about the $849,817 for the new design. I was told, or we understand, I believe, that it's supposed to be covered under the $24 million allocated. But I don't quite get it. Since this is a new item, something has to be sacrificed, because that's close to $1 million. So what is coming out of the $24 million that is paying for this design plan? If we don't get the money, what are we sacrificing is the first question.
Okay, so the proposal has two parts. The first part, phase one, is the two new buildings, two new two-story buildings with 24 classrooms total there. And all the services, utilities, so forth, to get those up and running and continue to service the existing pods that are going to remain. Phase two consists of essentially the modernization, the full modernization, transformation of the existing pods that remain, which would be admin, library, and other services, other programs. So if the state funds don't materialize, the scope that would not go forward would be the full site improvement packages and also the full modernization of the spaces that remain, admin, library, and the special programs. So those are the two pieces that would not be funded and would not move forward. So in essence, the money has been shifted and focused on phase one, which is really focused on classrooms.
But Juan, I still don't understand we have to pay to move this option 3 forward. We have to pay for a design plan. So my question is, where is the money specifically coming from that? And I was told that it's coming from the 24 million that's already been, I would say, spent in the sense on all these on the plan without. This is a total new thing. So where is this new money is going to come from, even whether it gets approved or not?
Yeah. So the total cost of the project is increased, right? I think I mentioned previously that going to this new plan will increase the construction cost by approximately $5 million. I mean, so if you look at kind of globally, there is an increase in cost because you're getting a different, larger project. And so a portion of it is coming from that increased cost. But because it's the first piece, the first phase to go forward, it is built into the first phase. So that 849,000, for context again, is a little more than a third of the total original design cost for the architect. So if when I looked at it in that kind of context, to me it's a reasonable sum for the amount of design that's left to do. So it's about a third of the complete design cost for the project originally, but it does include doing the design drawings, getting the project through DSA for both phase one and phase two.
I just really don't think I'm saying it right, because what I'm just asking, Juan, is that money, the $849,817 is additional now from my viewpoint. It's going to be a new charge to us and for this new design, and yet project says that it's going to be covered under the already agreed upon 24 million. So I'm saying something's got to give. And I'm asking what's giving, what's going to be sacrificed, because we have to pay the 849,000 in case we don't get this new funding.
Let me try to answer it differently, Trustee Clementina. In the original plan, the pods were all included. In order to afford the new plan, the pods are excluded with the exception of the seismic retrofitting to bring it up to code and standard. And so that would be, I think, from your question, what would be sacrificed? And that's the pods. But we didn't sacrifice the classroom for the kids and the teachers. And those 3 pods would be sacrificed. They wouldn't be addressed.
Okay. Do you want to maybe get your other questions to one and then see if
Okay.
if that first one is a stumbling block?
Yeah. Yeah, because I wasn't clear, number 2, about when you mentioned project contingency. I don't know what that is. And I'd like to know more about that. And another one was the stakeholders involved. The design would be, you know, I mean, there'd be more added. And I'm wondering, I've heard that parents have been involved. I don't know to what degree. And I'm concerned about the neighbors, in particular, the ones that are going to be from Marin and then Santa Fe as well. If those neighbors, whether their parents or not, have been consulted or have had input, because we hadn't thought about AMS and the fact that once we had the 2-story building up, the neighbors said, what about our privacy? And I'm just concerned that we're going to get these issues raised, maybe different issues, but issues raised from the neighbors. And I want to know if we're prepared for that. What are we going to do about addressing needs of the neighborhood? And then the other concern is that with the wide open space in option 3, it's going to look kind of like a Target parking lot or something. And I'm wondering, what are the plans to give it the greenery that the city of Albany, that everybody likes about Albany, that there is a lot of attention paid to the greenery of our schools and the city. That's it.
Okay. So let me start with your question on the contingency and explain that. So all of the projects, when we begin a project, we set up a project budget following industry best practices in terms of how we budget. And we try to account for all the known items like PG&E fees, East Bay mud fees, architect costs, engineer costs, architects. We itemize it out, and there might be 40, 50 items. There is also an item which is in industry best practice, which is to include a project contingency, knowing that there are going to be some unknowns. There are going to be some changes requested along the way. There may be requests to add certain features to the project along the way. And so that's built into the project budget, is a contingency for those sorts of things. This is, you could look at this as a contingency item, although it's a large contingency item. So we are trying to manage this seismic issue in a way that doesn't draw down a contingency. And we have dealt with these types of issues on our past projects, and we have been able to work with the builders and the project team to deliver so far 2 projects within budget, and our 3rd project, Ocean View, which again goes through a lot of these issues along the way. That one is trending to be delivered again within budget, but we are drawing on the contingency along the way for those important items that the stakeholders may request along the way. And I think you had your next question was regarding input by the neighbors and so forth. So the way our structure for the design process has really relied on a committee of stakeholders that was established from the beginning of the project. And so there's, I don't know, there might be close to 20 people who are part of that stakeholder committee. And we do our best to maintain that committee with the same composition through the project, but we realize people change, might change school sites and so forth. So outside of that stakeholder committee process, the other place where the public gets to provide input has typically been at board meetings or special meetings that the district directs that would involve the neighbors. But and maybe Dr. Wells can add some comments to that point.
Yeah, well, we spent some time, quite a lot of time at our last meeting talking about the process and how neighbors and other stakeholders were in on the original plan that this new adjusted plan reflects, and the role that our community and neighbors played. And so in addition to that, at some point, I would ask Madam Chair, President Hinckley, we have a bunch of teachers on standby with a single statement that I think will reference and answer the question that Trustee Clementina has regarding neighbors and stakeholders' input and awareness.
Are you referring to the letter, the email that we got from teachers in support of the project?
That might be it, but I didn't see it. But I do know they're here tonight. Some have to get to bed to get ready for early morning school, but we have a representative here ready to address that issue, I believe. So.
Great. I think, I mean, one note just on process is that what we're approving is for this path to be explored, including pursuing this alternative design scenario. We can also make directions about how that unfolds in the form of, for example, reconvening the stakeholder committee and asking them to report back to us about, for example, talking with neighbors or progress reports on the greening of the grounds. This isn't sort of, we're not being asked to approve everything about what happens over the next 15 months. I know from the Ocean View experience that, you know, a lot of decisions are going to be made over the next long time period. And I think we can provide some direction to make sure the stakeholder committee is involved. But I just want to be clear about what we're being asked to vote on tonight. So I don't know who it is that might be ready to speak. Do you know? Well, I see Melissa. So. All right. I'm trying to.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thanks for.
There you go.
Yeah, thanks everybody for this item and all your work this evening. I know it's a late one. There has been a wide variety of stakeholder engagement meetings throughout this process, even dating back to 2014, I believe, when the original design was created, and it was a 2-story building on Marin Avenue and on Santa Fe. And as Juan said, we are absolutely happy to continue with our stakeholder engagement process with folks identified on the committee to continue to provide input as part of that process. But I think that what Dr. Wells was referencing and what was being discussed was a letter that was put together by some of our teachers that we wanted to have read tonight. And I believe Casey Daniel has raised her hand and will be presenting that tonight.
Great, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Marin Elementary teachers who have signed this statement, which has also been emailed to the board. We first want to thank the Albany community for passing school construction bonds B and E that have given us the opportunity to build a new school that will be safer and more educationally sound than our current school. The teachers on this email represent over 570 years of teaching experience at the Marin campus. We know it inside and out. Every school day, we struggle with small, poorly shaped classrooms that are dark and hard to use areas indoors and outdoors that are easy to hide in. Our students need new, modern classrooms that are the recommended size. Our students need a large, open play yard. We need a yard that can be completely supervised. Students need to be able to move their bodies safely, both in the classroom and on the yard. We need a campus that can be locked down in the event of an emergency. We have worked with the design team for several years to express the needs of our students. This new design has our absolute 100% support. To us, your children's teachers, what matters most in a school design are classrooms, and we appreciate that this new plan now coming before the board prioritizes all new classrooms for students. We appreciate that the administration is taking a step back and is willing to wait to see if Albany Unified is able to procure state reimbursement funds for doing more work on the remaining common use pods. We are speaking tonight with the greatest respect for all that have been involved in this lengthy and inclusive process. We think that the process has landed in the right place. We stand on our professional expertise and experience. This new Marin Elementary School is the best designed for teaching students. It is the best for kids, and therefore we strongly support it and hope that the board will too. Unanimously, the Marin teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of other public comments. Are there other board questions before we take comments? All right, seeing none. Jeremiah.
Okay, I'll be real quick. Does this plan all these millions and millions of dollars, $100 millions of dollars? The perimeter fence, I noticed a chain link on Marin, Curtis. That old chain link fence is the chain link fence going to be replaced? Because it's possibly going to be getting rusty, and the perimeter fence might not look so good, since hopefully this is going to be the last time we rebuild these schools for the next 20 years. But I was hoping the perimeter fence, the chain link fence, was going to be replaced. Get something new for that fence going on. I'm not sure if the fence was included in the project. Also, yeah, I hope it's going to be a 2-story building, because you can only build up if you only have so much square footage. Only thing you could do is build up. You have twice as much classrooms. So yeah, just about that perimeter fence. Hopefully that gets replaced. Thanks.
Tamara.
Hi, this is Tamara Keller. Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I am a neighbor. I live down the street on Santa Fe, and I also am on the design committee. And we have been looking at a 2-story building on Santa Fe this whole time. The design that we just had that went into DSA had a 2-story building on Santa Fe, and neighbors definitely were aware of that. So that part of this design is not new. The part that is sort of kind of new to this version of the plan is the 2-story building along Marin, because before we were going to maintain the 4 temporary buildings that are currently there that are 1-story. The good thing is that Marin is this nice, big, huge avenue, much different than the middle school situation at the annex that Clementina Jerome was referencing, where this would have 3 lanes of traffic and sidewalks between any neighbors and that 2-story building. And I think everyone is in agreement that with this small square footage on the Marin site, you really need to have 2-story buildings to be an effective use of space for as many students as we want to serve in Albany. So I just want to reiterate that neighbors have been involved in this process and can continue to be, of course, and looking forward to a beautiful new school. Thanks.
Thank you, Tamara. Corey Winokur.
Hi, board. Thank you. I just want to piggyback again on what the teachers wrote in that letter. I too am on the design committee. I'm a teacher at Marin School and also a neighbor in the neighborhood, and I've lived there since 2003 and have been part of Marin community for 20 years. This is by far the best design. I sat on the initial committee in 2013, 2014, and with our small space and our dense urban population This design really is the best that I believe we've been able to come up with that meets the needs of the classrooms and the playground space. I just want to give my full support and emphasize that so many things have been taken into consideration, and the committee has done their best, and we are really, really excited about this design and hope you guys can be also. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie.
Hi, can you everyone hear me?
Yes.
I'm also a teacher at Marin, and I've been on the design committee the last couple of years. And I just want to back up for a second and talk a little bit about the process. So all of us, we had grade level representation on the design committee, and we met as a volunteer group about once a month, sometimes even more frequently than that. And then we would go back at our staff meetings or even like during lunch, and we would disseminate that information to the rest of our staff. So our staff was aware and approving of every decision along the way, and neighbors and community members were involved in those design meetings as well. So just a little bit about that process, how thorough we have been. And then just a couple of clarifying points about the pods and what's, the phase 2, the 3 pods, the library, the admin building, and I think the multi-purpose building. Those 3 were never part of renovation plans. They were going to be interiorly, the interior was going to be revamped. And so that is what we are going to wait on. And the second part is the yard. We are increasing yard space by like 24%, I think, but all the bells and whistles of the yard, the beautifully painted lines and the hill and the astroturf, that stuff is going to wait a little bit. And that's how we made those priorities. And so I just wanted to clarify some of those points that the teachers are completely behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, I see your hand up, but I don't know if that was from before.
If it's okay, I'd just love to say one more thing. I think what I'd just love to convey to the board tonight is, in addition to everything that the teachers have stated in their statement, I just want to explain for a moment why this is so important to us. And I know every staff member at Marin knows this, and I know every child who's been at Marin understands this, but it's about supervision for us, and it's about our experience on a daily basis on the campus. The previous plan, where we had the buildings focused on the south end of the property, saved us, yes, $5 to $7 million because it didn't cost us, because if we kept everything down there, that saved costs, and it meant that we kept our old portables. But what every kid who's been at school at Marin knows is that one of our rules, and you guys might not know this, which is why I'm sharing it, one of our rules at Marin is you can't play in the hallway unsupervised. There's that pesky ed code that requires us to supervise all students at all times, and the mischief that can be found in the corridors of Marin School is great. And so the kids know that they can't play in the hallway because we don't have staffing to support supervision. And it impacts on a daily basis at every recess, the kids that are forever shooed out of there, and the staff members who are forever tasked with shooing kids out. This design prioritizes the student experience in our mind in a way that is going to impact everybody who attends Marin from here on out. Because if eliminating a big courtyard in the middle of our campus means that no child will ever have to be shooed because we'll be able to see them. No staff member will have to do the shooing and, back to the playground because we know that we'll be able to see them and supervise them safely. Our expanded playground that's increased by 24%, as Ms. Jaffe said, means that we don't have to, that students have room to be. the hula hoop tag kids don't have to argue with the baseball players about who's going to use the field. And I just wanted to express, I mean, these are just some of the pieces that make, this is the reason why we're hoping to impact. This is why we're here over and over again, and why we're, pushing for this. And at the end of the day, we might disagree with folks for sure on the direction to move forward and the right design and the right, whatever. There's lots of disagreement to be had these days, absolutely. But this is why at least the Marin teachers, I believe, are all united. One of the many reasons why they're all united around moving forward with this plan. So thank you for letting me take the time.
Thank you. All right, board, I'm bringing it back to us because we need to move forward on this item. If there are additional questions, or I will take a motion. Vice President Doss.
I move to approve the Marin rebuild plan as presented this evening.
I second that.
Student Board Member Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Board Member Mallah.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Item 12-2, amendment to the agreement for design build services for Marin Elementary passes unanimously. Item 12-3, piggyback contract with D&D Integrated Solutions for 21st Century Furniture for Ocean View Elementary.
Good evening, Board President Hinckley, board members, and everybody present this evening. This item, we're asking the board to approve a piggyback contract with D&D Integrated Solutions for the purchase of a 21st Century Furniture package for the new classrooms, libraries, support spaces, and admin offices and outdoor areas at the rebuild project. Now, this is the second of three purchases. The first purchase was for classroom furniture that was placed in the temporary housing locations for Ocean View to use this year. Once the project is complete, that furniture will also be moved over to the new campus. There is expected to be a third purchase, but these will be for items that D&D does not offer. The three purchases combined are expected to fall within the allocated budget and will be paid for from the bond fund. Are there any questions?
Board, any questions or a motion? Vice President Doss.
I move to approve as stated by our director, Mr. Ben Borrego.
A second.
Just to clarify, that's a motion to approve the piggyback contract with D&D Integrated Solutions.
That is correct. Sorry, it's late.
It's okay.
I'll second it still.
Student Board Member Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Board Member Mallah.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
Okay.
Item 12-3 passes unanimously. Oops. Item 12-4, independent contractor services agreement with BT Mancini Company.
Yes, on this item, we're asking the board to approve an independent contractor services agreement with BT Mancini Company for the installation of a new sports floor at the multi-purpose room of the Ocean View rebuild project. This work is required as part of a district request to provide a new sports floor. DCA, the district's project manager, had requested a proposal from the general contractor, Overa Construction Company, which they felt that proposal was extremely high. As a result, they solicited bids from 5 local flooring contractors, and BT Mancini was the only company that was able to provide the complete package, that being providing the flooring material, providing striping and painting of the courts, and also possibly providing a vapor control system. These items are also within the proposed budget and will also be able to be completed on schedule. And these items also will be paid for from the bond fund. Are there any questions?
Vice President.
Yes, can you scroll back up to the top of this amendment? I've been waiting on this one, you know, with the sports floor. I remember a long time ago when I was in high school, we had a dance at Ocean View, and the floor was too slippery for me to really get my groove on. So I'm glad that I'm glad this is being updated. Are we able to add my name to the new sports floor? Is that a possibility?
Yes, with board approval.
All right, so
we're gonna name it what do you want to name it?
I'd like
Vice President DOS dance floor.
I'd like to, with board approval, name it the DOS Sports Floor. But in all seriousness, I move to approve the independent contract agreement between Albany Unified School District and BT Mancini Company.
I'll second you again.
Student Board Member Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Board Member Mala.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes. Item 12-4 passes unanimously. And so we are on, thank you for staying so late. We are on staff reports. I think it would be great, since we have 11 minutes left, maybe focus on the AUSD impact piece.
Good evening, board and community. I'll do really quick, brief update. Let's go to the timeline. So January 8th, let's see if this works. The Governor Newsom released the budget, and this is a critical information for us because this is only information we have until the May revise. So then, until then, the registrator begins review their budget and may make any changes before the final approval in June. So for the district, we are going to do review our enrollment ratios and other budget areas. Let's see. So given where we were 10 months ago, now the Governor Newsom offers a relief for us that we recovered a lot faster from pandemic than what it was expected. So we are looking at better projections for the budget in the statewide and also for the more funding for the district. Okay, so this is impact on employment. As you can see, we are much in a better place from -15 to all the way up here. Okay, I'm gonna move really fast. With this great news, though, the governor wants a structural deficit of his state budget starting 22-23. So by 24-25, it's going to be deficit of $11 billion. Okay. Let's move to property 98 is more funding there. So the COLA. So we didn't get any COLA 2021. So for 21-22, we are going to get the total of 3.84%. It's the combination of 2.31 for last year's and 1.5 of this year's. But again, this only applies to LCFF, meaning we are only going to get 1.5 COLA for the special education and other state programs. Okay, so this slide just shows the adjusted rate based on 3.84% of compounded COLA. Then the next one. So this COLA, so state Department of Finance projected COLA to be 3.84 and next 2 years 2.98 and 3.05. However, school services projected to be more of conservative based on the governor projecting his own budget to be having a structural deficit, right? So there's a questionable that using this optimistic COLA that I will work with our county of ed to see which COLA we'll be using. Okay, so this is the one-time funding proposed that we have. I know everyone is really interested in the Safe School Incentive Grant for the reopening for in-person learning grant. So we are eligible to receive about $450 per ADA. However, many strings attached, meaning most of school districts are now ready for this grant, and we are expecting to see big changes here. The second one will be the expanded instruction time grant. So this is to cover up the lost instructional time for summer schools, extended school year, and other approaches to mitigate the learning loss. And the last one, it can be covered about another $500,000 for our facility needs. Okay, so the other programs, again, special education only gets 1.5. CAS deferrals. So these deferrals starts this month are still with us, meaning what governor proposed impacts 21-22 year. So that means we will still have to go with the trends, which was the board approved in December. So hopefully this goes through and we don't have to deal with this in 21-22 year. And no hold harmless provisions for LCFF supplemental grant at 19-20 funding level. Now I'll go a little further on this later on. STIRS and PERS. So the proposal does not include new funding to STIRS and PERS, but both STIRS and PERS rates went down due to our stock market doing really great at this time. And again, this is all estimate. Okay, so the state average reserve levels. So school district, this is very interesting slide. The school district learned a lesson from last recession that many districts created reserve policy. So it is important that we have healthy reserve, and this is the way to protect our employees, students, and other programs. Okay, so districts with the higher reserves are better equipped to protect the community we serve. The current state financial projections show a deficit again beginning 22-23, so we gotta keep that in our mind for our reserve policy or reserves. This is the ADA impact that we had the extended hold harmless, so we have an extra year, which meaning we are going to see a big drop of our ADA in funding for 22-23 right here in the red arrows. Okay, now this is what it was presented to the board as a first interim, and you can see the little red arrow for the drop in our ADA. Now, with this new COLA, with the DOF COLA, which is higher COLA, very optimistic, we have about, this is just the reserve where you see. So you see a big difference here with the COLA, with the what it was presented, and with the new COLA proposed. Okay, now we are going to look at more conservative COLA with the school services numbers, which is 1.28 and 1.61. So now this is more of our, say, realistic COLA and reserves you will see. So then now the question is, what COLA does Albany need? So Here is all the costs that Albany has every year. It was already built in our assumption, like step and column costs, almost 600,000 every year. And the health and welfare benefits increase, stirs and purse, and other items, right, for the CPI, because it goes up every year. So then the total expenditure increase is about almost or over $1 million, sometimes of 1.6 million. That is equivalent of COLA of about 3.5 to 5%. And that is where we are at this point. And this is just show that how much COLA we really need in realistically. That really shows also that we don't have enough funding from the state. Now, where we are, so the next steps, the second interim budget will be updated for 2021 in March, this next month. And the audit report for 1920 will be presented in March again. We will have a May revision, and we are going to have 21-22 budget in June. So at this point, we are dealing with 3 different years, 2021, current year, 1920 for audit last year, and next year, 21-22. And this is it.
Great.
For tonight.
So we have, thank you so much. That was a heroic effort. So we do have these updated slides available to the public and to the board. And also those projections will come back to us in March as part of the second interim. So we can have that will be an opportunity to discuss those implications much more fully, in case people are feeling rushed. Are there any questions on this report? All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That was really a lot of work condensed into a very short presentation. So I want to share my screen of future agenda items.
I think you muted yourself, Madam President.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know how big this is. Oops. I want to do. So none of these agendas are finalized, of course, but just to give you a sense of what's coming up, we have our several items on February 23rd. March 9th, we get several updates, including the budget report. We have a to be scheduled update on school age care, and then I've added one item from tonight, which was the assessment of hybrid models that we discussed earlier. Are there other items that board members would like me to add to this TBD list? I can't see your hands because I'm sharing, so just speak up.
This is Clementina, and I would like to propose the addition of an agenda item. Given the feedback that we've gotten from parents in general, I think that I would like to see us establish a calendar of a goal for return to full-time instruction for elementary school and 6th grade. For TK, I'm sorry, TK through grade 6.
Okay. Other items?
I'd like to, sorry, is it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if possible to discuss potential for hubs or an ability for a longer day at the middle school and high school.
All right, I'm gonna incorporate it into here. Well, let's see.
But just to be
Okay.
clear, I mean more along the lines of like the hubs that are happening at the elementary school for particularly
hubs.
identified. Yeah, I don't think we
Okay.
have those at the
Sorry.
middle school or high school. That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have anything to add to the agenda, but I just wanted to say someone updated me during the meeting, and actually Piedmont started their kindergartners back today. So I just wanted to amend what I said earlier that no one in Alameda County had started. They started today, and luckily someone shared that with me.
I see a hand up. Oh, that's you, Trustee Duran. Is there another item or?
Sorry.
Great. That's okay. So our next regular meeting is February 23rd, and we are adjourned. 12:07 exactly. Good night, everyone.